rights from right-wing attacks. No. What they've done instead is fund one of the most horrific crimes against humanity that we've ever seen. Everybody say that ain't right. Now, the leading Democrats say a lot of nice words about the communities who helped them get elected. But they prove through their actions that they serve the same corporate interests as the Republicans. So that leaves us with only one option. When Palestine is under attack, what do? We're going to fight to end all USA to Israel. We're going to fight for a people's agenda. And you're going to hear from some of the organizations that are members of this coalition about the work that they do in their communities and how that connects to the Palestinian liberation struggle. Now, those war criminals at the United Center, they think that having bombs and having a row of police makes them powerful. But the power is the thousands of people that are represented right now. So, I want to end with one chant. I want y'all to repeat after me. The people united will never be defeated.
The people united will never be defeated.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
All right, y'all, let's keep fighting. We're gonna win.
I'm marching.
Why is the police here? Why don't they allow you to have a march?
Because they want to agitate a peaceful protest. That's what I think it is. For them to be blocking off this street and not giving us the entire street is making it difficult for the thousands, tens of thousands of people to fall into a straight, steady line going down the street. So it's just ridiculous. This tactic that they feel that they using to protect who? Because we protecting us, as you can see. There's nothing going wrong with our protests. They just here to get on our nerves and to make it turn bad, and it's ridiculous. They just need to move out of our ways.
Justice for them, who is that?
These are my loved ones. They was wrongfully convicted by the police, kidnapped. One been gone 17 years, and the other one been gone 14 and a half years by one of the highest paid sergeants on the Chicago Police Department. And due to us fighting and protesting at their court hearings, because they're back in court on post-convictions, we was able to expose the corrupt sergeant. They forced him to retire 5 days later after Channel 2 News aired it nationally. So my demand is that they give us justice and that they convict these crooked cops who's kidnapping our loved ones and putting these wrongful conviction cases on them and leaving their kids out here without fathers and mothers. It's a shame. And then they killing our loved ones when they get behind these prisons.
And the connection with Palestine, what's going on there?
Palestine, they fighting up against the same oppressors, the white supremacy, the same people that's raging war, funding their wars, the same people that have been raging war on the black and brown communities for generations and centuries now. So they struggle. It's the same struggle that we've been dealing with as a black community, so it's no different. We want justice from all across the board. All should be able to live in a free world. They say it's a free world, but nothing is never free without a price, and they always trying to, use their authority and their power to overthrow communities, and it's not right.
And you have a black mayor who says he's in favor of the Palestinians. Why isn't he allowing the march?
I think it's beyond him. I have no comment on that because I'm not against our mayor, so I have no comment on that. He's fought a good fight to try to get us everything that we got today. The powers is always above them. They make it seem like that it's just on him. It's not. It's powers above him that's blocking him.
And who are those powers?
The same people that he got to answer to. Just like you got a boss, he got a boss.
What's your name?
Jasmine with Chicago Alliance Against Racism and Political Repression.
Jasmine.
This is the movement, this is the memento for the American people to make a change in their system. The system that built to serve only a certain people, not the American people. And this is a memento that we start today, and later on we pray that the next generation they will build on. Hopefully we end sending tons of military and weapons to other countries. We don't want to interfere with other countries, whether it's in Africa, Haiti, Palestine, Congo. We need to stop our imperialism and colonize other countries. America needs to invest their money in here, in the American people, for better health care, she approved $20 billion to go to bomb more schools, more hospitals, more church. I don't understand how we even keep supporting slaughtering of innocent babies, women. I mean, we have a starvation happening.
You have launched abandoned Harris.
Right. Abandoned Harris, that we are not going to vote for Harris or her administration. This is the beginning to shift the system in America from two parties, from the powerful people in the leadership, the white supremacy in the Congress, to have it in the hand of the people.
And what kind of party would you like to see?
I like a system that's fair for everybody, that serve our citizens, our people, not the rich people.
What party?
Doesn't have to be party, could be not. It depends what system the people in America, they work to change. Because we starting it right now, and the next generation gonna build on that and decide what worked for them the best.
You're fed up with both parties.
Oh, they are the same. How they are different. How, as an American citizen, what we benefiting from them? What did we benefit? Nothing.
What's your name, please?
Fadya, F-A-D-Y-A, and then last name Rishek, R-I-S-H-E-Q. We need to stop also a foreign country to influence our politician, to put our politician to decide what they want for themselves, not for the people in here. This is very important.
Influencing the elections here.
What is it?
Which are the countries you think are influencing the elections here?
Israel. Who else? AIPAC, we have it. Who else?
Netanyahu was invited to Congress. What does that say to you?
That when you have a criminal, a war criminal, come to the White House, and everybody, all the evil white folks, clapping for his genocide, even his own people, they don't want him, but the politician that they serve their own agenda, there was a clapping for him. That's not who we are, and hopefully that we make the change. We may not see it now, but in the future we will. Same thing that the black community in the slavery, in the segregation, this is what the Palestinian working for. We don't want segregation. I was born, raised in Jerusalem. I'm not allowed to be citizen. Palestinian, Christian, and Muslim are not allowed to be citizen. Only Jews. We here demanding and fighting for our equal rights. Simple and easy, like the black community. They want equal rights.
Why do they support an apartheid regime in Israel? It is against equal rights. The government, U.S. government, the Democrats and Republicans.
Because they benefiting. You need to see any genocide. You need to see who's benefiting from that. Palestine, Jerusalem, in all the country, not just in Japan, in Mexico. Even I saw protests. Oh, it's a beautiful movement. It's a hope for all of us, specifically for the American.
What does this issue mean to you? And you're a member of AFSCME, District Council 30?
I feel like this is about labor rights and human rights and just the dignity of, workers, Palestinians, people everywhere.
And the Palestinian unions have asked for support of American unions. What can American unions do to support the Palestinians?
Be loud. I think that's the single thing we can do. And of course, vote.
And what do your co-workers think about what's going on?
A bunch of them are here today. So
Is AFSCME taking a position on the ceasefire?
I'm not sure they've taken a formal position, but we are here today, so.
How many people does AFSCME 31 represent?
I don't know. We're very new to AFSCME.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm a librarian. Yeah, cultural workers.
They're destroying a lot of libraries and schools in
Don't even get me started.
What's happening there with libraries?
Oh, that's awful, yeah.
Talk about it.
Yeah, but again, it's about human dignity, Who's choosing what we read? Who's choosing how we raise our children? It's all kind of part and parcel of the same thing.
Through a character, Jews united against Zionism. Well, with the help of the Almighty, we are Jews, and because we are Jews, true to our religion, we are in total opposition to the genocide in Gaza, to the occupation of Palestine. It's not Jewish. Judaism is a religion of 3,000 years. To be subservient to God. Zionism is a movement of a little over 100 years. It's a nationalist, flawed political movement that is illegal according to the Jewish religion. We're not allowed to kill or steal. We're not allowed to occupy. We're not even allowed to have a Jewish state since the destruction of the temple 2,000 years ago. So what they're doing is criminal, and they're doing it in the name of my religion.
Do you think that either of the parties are addressing the issue in a real way?
Are we addressing it?
Or any of the parties, the Democrats or the Republicans?
Well, unfortunately, they have been conned into accepting the Zionists as if they represent the religion, and they bought into their lie, their very vulgar lie, that it's anti-Semitic when people speak up against being occupied. And we as Jews are crying and hurting with the people of Palestine. It's because we know how well the Jews and Muslims live together, and their friendship that was given to the Jews through hundreds of years is clear. It's not anti-Semitic to stand against being occupied. It's a simple ploy of the Zionists to intimidate and silence. And unfortunately, the political parties have been under pressure of the Zionists that if they want to show any sympathy for the Palestinians or speak up against the occupation, they're referred to as anti-Semitic. And therefore supporting the Zionists in the vicious occupation. It can't go on. God should help. It should stop immediately. And we plead with the political candidates now to realize their obligation to God and use their whole lofty position to stop immediately the murder, the genocide in Gaza, and the occupation, just like apartheid started.
Nejma. And I'm here to spread awareness of the illegal occupation that's been going on in Palestine for 75 plus years.
And the United States, Biden just announced they're going to give $10.5 billion more to Israel. Why are they continuing to support this?
America and Israel are allies, but I believe it's for the wrong reasons. Their goals are for the wrong reasons. They're for the, sadly to say, Zionism. This world is run by Zionism. And they both are pro-Zionism.
They both say they're Zionist.
Yeah, they're both pro-Zionist.
Where does that leave the Palestinians?
That leaves Palestinians in it's genocide. It leaves them on the verge of ethnic cleansing, because they are being ethnically cleansed.
And how is that connected with what's going on in the United States?
So the United States has taken it. They're helping. So since they're allies with Israel, they're helping kill our people. And America has a large number of Palestinians living here. We're also born here. We're American Palestinians, where we don't agree what's going on in our country and back to our people. So we just want it all to stop.
And what's going to stop it? Because it seems like both the Democrats and Republicans want to continue this policy.
The only thing to stop it is the power of the people. The power of the people is what's going to make the leaders somewhat have a change into their mind or their beliefs or anything. Because with the power of the people, that's what's going to make the change around the world.
My name is Victoria Hinckley. I'm 22 years old. I'm an organizer with Students for a Democratic Society in Tampa, Florida, and also with National SDS. And we're here today as part of the coalition to march on the RNC. And we're proud to march and lead with the student contingent here today to demand an end to U.S. aid to Israel, to demand that the genocide be ended, and to call out the Democrats for being guilty of genocide.
And how have the Democrats been involved in going after students who are critical of Israel and having encampments? Do you think there's been an organized effort to crush these things?
100%. The Democrats are definitely guilty of attacking the student movement and attacking student organizers in specific. Are we good? Okay, we'll wrap this up in just a second. Yeah, so we saw Biden actively say that, we deserve to get beaten by police, we deserve to get tear gassed by police.
Biden said that?
Well, he definitely supported it. He definitely encouraged violence to be used against protesters, and we heard him, be vocal and call us terrorists and call us violent for protesting on our own campus to demand an end to the genocide. Obviously, Kamala Harris has done the same as well, speaking over pro-Palestine activists activists and people that are, speaking out against the genocide and calling her out for supporting funding to Israel.
And in '68, the SDS was involved, but it seemed like there was a more revolutionary movement at that time. People were for overthrowing the government, for capitalism, against capitalism.
Sorry.
The difference between now and '68.
Sorry, I really just have to go. I'm sorry about that, but we are fighting for an anti-U.S. aid to Israel. I think the difference is, one difference is we have a lot of Arab and Palestinians here today fighting with us, and we're going to see a free Palestine in our lifetime.
My name is Jack Polson. I'm an independent journalist, and this weekend with my close colleague Li Fong, I broke a story in The Guardian Saturday morning that was a headline story based upon leaked documents from the Israeli Ministry of Justice that had been published by a hacktivist group named Anonymous for Justice. And essentially it shows that the longtime former general counsel of the Democratic National Committee, Joseph E. Sandler, through his firm Sandler Rife, which represents many members of the Democratic Party, had secretly contracted with the Israeli Ministry of Strategic Affairs, which runs the propaganda program known as originally Kala Shlomo, which translates into English as Solomon's Sling, it later renamed to Concert, and then Voices of Israel. Basically, this program subverts student activist movements. It funds lawfare against such organizations, and Sandler Rife was secretly helping them avoid registering as foreign agents. And so these documents show that the Israeli government actually knew it was violating the foreign agent laws of the United States, and it was only just revealed that it's in fact a longtime head of the Democratic National Committee that was in fact helping them do that.
Well, the U.S. government wants other organizations that act as agents. They charge them with acting as agents. Right. Venezuela, Cuba. Why aren't they going after the Israeli government? And what does that mean?
I mean, so generally speaking, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, or FARA as it's called, tends to be mostly enforced upon what you might call geopolitical rivals of the United States as opposed to allies. A notable exception is actually this year there was the very high-profile arrest of the wife of Max Boot, a Washington Post columnist. His wife was in fact a former CIA agent that was taking bribes from South Korea's intelligence agency. And so that was a notable exception, but Israel is so close of an ally that the United States is really hesitant to enforce FARA. But even with that said, the Israeli government at the highest levels of the Ministry of Justice, including its Deputy Attorney General, was caught in these emails talking about how they knew that they were violating the FARA laws.
Do you think journalists have been targeted in this country who are critical of U.S. policy to Israel?
Oh, absolutely. I think literally any journalist that publishes even a remotely high-profile scoop on that's critical of Israel, you're going to get immediately targeted by an organization like CAMERA, which is the Committee on Accuracy in Middle East Reporting, and I forget what the A is, maybe analysis. So that even happened to me the moment I published my scoop.
What happened to you?
Well, I mean, it's targeting is maybe a bit of a strong word, but basically they try to smear your reporting as, inaccurate, as irrelevant, as just anti-Semitic. I mean, literally the moment you publish a story, in fact, even literally before you publish, if you just go out for comment, you're immediately smeared as an anti-Semite, which happened to me, for example, in a story I published again with my colleague Li Fong earlier this year, where I got a hold of WhatsApp chat messages of a venture capitalist group called J Ventures that operates out of California, where I had the messages of executives from companies such as Wix targeting employees who even said Free Palestine on social media and getting them fired. So literally just by reaching out for comment, you're immediately called an anti-Semite, and this is a fairly concerted strategy run by, again, historically the Ministry of Strategic Affairs, but circa 2022 that transitioned to the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs, which is where it currently lives.
So you're saying the government of Israel is actually financing and organizing in the United States to shut down people who are critical of Israel and accuse them of being anti-Semites, that kind of thing?
Absolutely, and in fact that's not even a secret. That's been very widely reported by U.S. Israeli press since I would say circa early 2017 was when the first undercover story really broke by Al Jazeera. There were two parts to it. It was called The Lobby. The UK version of it was published, but the United States version was so explosive that actually in fact the Zionist Organization of America, which is a very right-wing organization allied with Trump, lobbied to have Qatar threaten that they would need to register as foreign agent if they published the documentary. And so it was only leaked through a pro-Palestinian news outlet called Electronic Intifada that year. And again, it's undercover footage documenting, for example, the Israel on Campus Coalition, which works very closely with Stand With Us, detailing how they copied a counterinsurgency strategy pioneered by General Stanley McChrystal in the war in Iraq to target against, for example, U.S. student movement. So actually, maybe to reframe your earlier question, I'd say students are much more targeted than journalists are, and that's by far the biggest effort. I mean, journalists, we can deal with it, right? But I think it's a student that's just trying to show up and...
Professor,
yes. Yeah, there have definitely been many campaigns. For example, in that documentary released, again, 2017, 2018, by Al Jazeera called The Lobby. It details, it actually has quotes directly from the Israel on Campus Coalition talking about how they run anonymous smear campaigns against, for example, professors.
Is anyone calling for their prosecution? And I mean, it seems like they're flagrantly acting as agents of Israel, and there's factual circumstances. Anyone calling for prosecution of them?
Well, I mean, certainly the Israeli government is afraid, probably more so now that they're being exposed of having been afraid. In fact, in their own documents, that was what they said, is they were afraid that their actual hiring of Sandler Rife to study the foreign agent law actually exposes them to uncomfortable conversations, because the very fact that they're investigating their potential violation of FARA means that they are probably, that's an embarrassing fact, right?
At the press conference today, they said that basically Biden, the Biden administration, Blinken are like spokesmen of the Israeli government. Do you buy that?
I mean, I think there's definitely been criticism that Biden historically has actually been to the right of the Israeli government. Fun fact, the story I broke on Saturday was actually essentially re-reported by the Jerusalem Post, which is a pretty right-wing Israeli newspaper. So I think it kind of tells you something about the culture of the United States, that we're actually to the right in many ways of even the right wing of the Israeli government. And so, of course, that's also going to apply to our leadership.
And the idea that the leaders of the United States are Zionist, they support Zionism. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think I try to stay away from sticking to terms. I think the fact that the United States is actively funding and arming the killing of what's been more than 40,000 citizens of Palestine is a very important fact to not lose sight of. But yes, I mean, I think I have done a lot of reporting recently on a concerted propaganda campaign by the Israeli government to pressure social media companies such as Facebook, Instagram.
Didn't Facebook hire an Israeli government official to monitor their material?
Well, what I reported on was that the so-called International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance redefinition of anti-Semitism, which basically was formulated after the Durban Declaration at the UN circa 2001, was specifically designed to say if you support, for example, the boycott, divestment, sanctions movement, you are an anti-Semite. If you criticize Zionism, you are an anti-Semite. So it was actually a movement built to equate criticism of Zionism with anti-Semitism. And there are covert organizations, for example, Cyberwell, which is run out of Israel, is staffed full of former Israeli intelligence officials. They hid it since my reporting. They deleted it from their website. But they've actually been a trusted partner of many U.S. social media companies like TikTok, like Facebook, like Instagram. Meta is the company. But they have been actually got a major win where Meta agreed that Zionism can be used as a proxy for criticism of Jews. And so criticism of Zionism is getting closer to being treated as inherently anti-Semitic.
And they've done that in Britain as well, in Germany. I mean, to be critical of Israel means you're an anti-Semitic?
Sure. I mean, that is the IHRA redefinition of anti-Semitism, which you could trace back to Natan Sharansky, who's a former Israeli interior minister. He was also former minister of diaspora affairs, famous Soviet refusnik, and he pioneered what was called the 3D test, which ultimately became the IHRA redefinition. And again, that's the entire goal of this project, is to say, if you support BDS, if you criticize, for example, the Israeli military's actions in Palestine, you are an anti-Semite, full stop.
And how can people get more information about your work?
You can follow me on my Substack at jackpolson.substack.com, my colleague Li Fong at lifong.substack.com. You can read my recent pieces in The Guardian. There's one on Saturday on the keywords to look up are Voices of Israel concert in Kela Shlomo.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
In the countries like the Philippines and also in Korea Peninsula, between South Korea and North Korea, the war has never ended. There's an armistice, and it's really the U.S. Military that's there and still doing like military exercises. And in fact, they were just doing it like last week, and now they are collaborating with Japan in the name of protecting from North Korea. But it's really about, we believe it's really about weaponizing in our land against like China and other forces. So all of that militarization, military power is really endangering people's lives there because it could instigate, actually a war with North Korea.
And I mean, in Japan, there are people opposed to the bases in Okinawa. I mean, people are against militarization of Asia. Why is it that America wants to encircle China and really supporting taking war to Asia?
No, I think that's the question. I mean, South Korea in that region is a very strategic location, and it's really the government. It's all the leaders of all the states, both like in South Korea, the U.S., but also with Japan as well. Really against people's wills and against people's safety and what people are wanting and self-determination. They're going ahead, and it's all about military power. It's about imperialism. It's about corporate power.
I'm Kathleen Burke. I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm here to protest the genocide in Palestine. I'm opposed to the United States paying for a genocide anywhere, whether it's in our own country or in another country. Our politicians are leveraging the money to pay for this genocide. We are opposed. I live in a state which was, there was also a genocide in my state. The land was taken from the Native American people. I think most Americans understand that, and most Americans are opposed to this genocide. We oppose apartheid, and we oppose the Democratic Party continuing this genocide that Joe Biden has instated and Kamala Harris intends to continue. The people of the United States, in my opinion, do not want apartheid. We do not want genocide. We don't want to pay for it. And that's why I'm here.
My name's Jeff. I'm a psychologist.
And you have the pictures here. 512 healthcare workers have been killed.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you? I mean, it seems like, highest number of healthcare workers killed, and
Not that a healthcare worker's life is worth more than any other life, but it is a war crime to target healthcare workers. And so it's one of the pieces of evidence, along with targeting journalists and hospitals, refugee camps, of war crimes.
And are they doing this on purpose?
It seems there's some evidence of hitting that on purpose. I mean, you can read some of that and listen to some of that in the media, analysis of things like the targeting of hospitals.
And what does it say about America? Because it's being funded by the United States government. I mean, the Democrats and Republicans.
I mean, it says we're complicit and we're responsible, and we would have the power to stop it. So.
And healthcare workers are organizing around the United States, healthcare workers for Palestine.
Yes.
Is there a change going on among healthcare workers in the United States about this?
I couldn't speak more broadly about healthcare workers. I'm not sure. Yeah.
You came out. Would you work in a private or public agency?
At a nonprofit organization. Yeah. There's a lot of hospital workers here.
What's going to stop it?
What's going to stop the war?
And the murders of healthcare workers.
Yeah. I don't know that anything will stop it other than the United States standing strongly against it. But I think importantly, a precedent is being set here. So this is not just Palestinians, but a precedent is being set for what conduct you can get away with in the name of war and self-defense. And so I'm concerned that a very ugly precedent is going to be set for this century. The rest of the group, yeah. yeah.
What's the group?
Healthcare Workers for Palestine.
I see.
Yeah.
How many of them are here?
Between different types of healthcare workers, I've seen at least 30 or 40 in the group. I'm sure there are many others who are not part of this group or that I just don't know personally. Yeah.
Being a healthcare worker, what do you think about when you hear about hospitals being bombed, doctors and medical workers being killed, ambulance drivers being murdered?
Yeah, it's a war crime. Even in a war zone, there are rules, and people have to be able to tend to the wounded, whether civilian or combatants. So that's not an excuse. So yeah, that's one of the fundamental things that transcends war and is defined as war crime. You have to be able to still take care of the wounded.
Lily, Jewish person who's a anti-Zionist.
And what do you think about the fact that the Zionists are saying if you're against Israel, you're anti-Semitic?
This is not true. I'm Jewish, and I fully, I don't know, like that's my culture, that's my religion. So how can I be anti-Semitic? And I think it comes down to our values and morals of like what it means to be Jewish and how we want to treat people in the world, welcoming your neighbor. And I don't think there should be a country that just for one ethno-nationalism. That's not like a Jewish thing. It's a new thing that's kind of created by our...
And, well, the Zionist movement got support during the Second World War.
Yeah.
They said that Israel would be a place where Jews would be safe from anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
I mean, has that worked out?
It hasn't. And I understand, like, you know, it's like someone who comes from like my family has history in that, and like the views is that it's supposed to be a safe place, but it isn't. And is it at safety at the expense of others? Okay, like no. So you have to have safety for everyone. And safety, anti-Semitism still exists, and I don't know, if anything, this is creating more tension with Jews.
And Netanyahu has been invited to Congress, and he attacked Jews specifically. For what did you think about his statement in Congress to Jews in America?
I mean, yeah, it's just bullshit. Like, I don't agree. Like, I don't know. You just can't get blindsided by that. And like,
an Israeli coming to the United States attacking Jews who are critical of Israel?
Yeah, I mean that's what they're gonna do because it's not about being Jewish. It's about maintaining power. That's all he cares about. So he's gonna use like language like that to get people to support him. But I mean, a lot of Jews don't support him, and I don't know. We got to keep that up.
He says they're Jew haters, the ones that don't support him.
Yeah, I mean, just to like cause a divide and like, or you know, and like make us seem like the enemies for wanting everyone to live together peacefully. Hopefully, one day.
Are you for equality for all people?
Yeah, definitely.
You vision, wouldn't that mean the end of a Jewish state?
Yeah, I don't really believe there should be any like ethno-nationalist states, and I think that all people should be able to live somewhere with equal rights. And I think that, yeah, Jews have a connection to the land, and so do other people, and I hope to see a future where everyone can live there peacefully. But you know, right now it is an apartheid state. And again, like, safety can't come at the ends of like killing other people and the non-safety of others. So
Biden and the Harris administration have announced another $20 billion more for Israel.
Yeah.
What does that say to people in the United States, not just Jews, but everyone here?
I mean, they don't care about people in Gaza. They don't care about people in Palestine. They just want to uphold the power alliance with Israel and, you know, keeping the U.S. presence as having control in the Middle East. It's all about, like, tactical, imperial strategy. They don't really care about people.
Carol Gucci. I was brought up in the apartheid era in South Africa, and in that time we told the whole world that it was separate but equal. So we put all the black people in a little area, which in homelands, which is very similar to what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians. They're putting them in land which is not nearly as fertile, and they certainly don't have the same equality. So I'm very proud of my country for standing up in the international court and proclaiming this a genocide. That's it.
So you're from South Africa?
Yes, I'm from.
So you think Israel's an apartheid state like South Africa?
No question. Even Nelson Mandela said so long ago. Keep moving.
That's doing great. Thank you so much. Why do Israel have so much power in the United States?
Go into the march if you're with us. Otherwise, you're getting in the way.
Why does Israel have so much power? Well, it looks to me, I mean, this is not a South African point of view, but it just looks to me as though people are too afraid to equate anti-Israel with anti-Semitic. So for many years, I think people have been too scared to say anything against Israel because immediately they branded anti-Semites, which is not the case at all.
Well, South Africa is still trading with Israel.
South Africa is trading with Israel, but we have a long history of friendship with Israel. The white government does, but
why is South Africa? In fact, there's Zionists, Wertheim family that have Clover dairies. They're making business. Zionist companies are making business in South Africa.
Unfortunate. I guess that's a leftover from the white administration because we were very close friends for Israel for many years. I'm disappointed to see that because most of the black population under Mandela were very much against Israel.
My name is Tony Jones. I'm the chair of New Orleans Community Oversight Police. We're a local affiliate in New Orleans of the National Alliance Against Racism and Political Repression. In New Orleans, we've had kind of a very hard experience fighting our blue city and our red state on the question of war in Palestine and genocide. In our community, we've experienced local New Orleans residents being murdered by the Israelis in Palestine, and we have yet to get our city council to stand up and actually acknowledge Palestine at all. They won't mention it by name. They won't pass a real ceasefire resolution that calls for the immediate end of all aid to Israel, and they won't acknowledge the fact that we have a local Palestinian young man by the name of Tawfiq who was murdered by the IOF. They don't acknowledge it at all, and so we've been fighting them tooth and nail since October. Just on.
How was he murdered? What happened to him? What happened to him?
So he was a New Orleans resident, and after October 7th, he was visiting home, and the IOF claimed that he was throwing rocks, and so they claimed that was justification for murdering him. But I believe that story not after all of I've seen, and I don't think that I can, or myself or any others who came from New Orleans can rest until we see justice for our, fellow residents.
Seems like they have carte blanche to do what they want, to murder people.
That's what it seems like to us, and but we have every right and every power to stop them because all of their power comes from funding in the U.S. and all of the money in the U.S. comes from working day people like us. So we're gonna fight, and this is how we fight back.
No other nation, no other country is allowed to influence our politics except for Israel. In fact, we influence all other nations. We try to dabble in their democracy, and when they have elections that we don't like, we call those fake. On the other hand, Israel is a major contributor to our policies, foreign policies. And that should be illegal for another nation to influence us, just as much as we don't like China, Russia, or Iran, or any other nation to influence our politics, domestic politics. Thank you.
Together, organizing themselves as working class people to fight back, because we don't need a new Democrat, we need a new party. If you believe that we need a new party of the working class, join our contingent, talk to us about what socialist alternative is, and let's show the Democrats, the Republicans, the far right, what the working class thinks about the atrocities that we see today. It's going to take working class organization in order for us to fight back against the right wing, to fight back against capitalism, to fight for the world that the 99% deserve. Kamala Harris is a cop. All this madness has to stop.
Kamala Harris is a cop. All this madness has to stop.
Kamala Harris is a cop.
All this madness has to stop.
Kamala Harris at a rally in North Carolina finally unveiled a few economic policies in a 27-minute speech. Devoted podcaster that I am, I watched the whole thing and I cut together about 5.5 minutes worth of the policy points so that we don't have to read them. We will watch them. So we're going to full screen this and we are going to play this video. These are her economic policy points. This is about 5.5 minutes. It feels like 3.5 hours, but it is only 5.5 minutes. So we'll full screen this, and we will see you back here in 5.5 minutes to talk about this a little bit.
Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy. An opportunity economy. So in the weeks to come, I will address in greater detail my plans to build an opportunity economy. And today, I will focus on one element that's on the minds of many Americans as they pay their bills at the kitchen table or walk the aisles of a grocery store. And that is lowering the cost of living. We all know that prices went up during the pandemic when the supply chains shut down and failed. But our supply chains have now improved, and prices are still too high. Yes. A loaf of bread costs 50% more today than it did before the pandemic. Ground beef is up almost 50%. Many of the big food companies are seeing their highest profits in 2 decades. And while many grocery chains pass along these savings, others still aren't. Look, I know most businesses are creating jobs, contributing to our economy, and playing by the rules. But some are not. And that's just not right. And we need to take action when that is the case. And I will work to pass the first ever federal ban on price gauging on food. My plan will include new penalties for opportunistic companies that exploit crises and break the rules, and we will support smaller food businesses that are trying to play by the rules and get ahead.
Sorry, we're going to play the rest of this. I had to butt in here. You could tell how empty she is. She doesn't even really understand her own policy. It's price gouging, not price gauging. Yeah. Gouging that's the predatory practice, not price evaluation. But that's what gauging would be. No, price gouging. That's the script there. But hey, she's reading better than Biden. Yeah, right. Exactly. Hey, it's a better read than Joe Biden. Got to give her that, right?
Well, she didn't say that she finally beat Medicare. So
yeah, right, exactly. Yes, a low bar to clear, but yes. Well done. All right, here we go.
2 months ago, I announced that medical debt will no longer be used against your credit score. And I will work as president with states like here in North Carolina, Roy Cooper, thank you again, to cancel medical debt for more and more, millions more Americans. As president, I will work in partnership with industry to build the housing we need, both to rent and to buy. We will take down barriers and cut red tape, including at the state and local levels. And by the end of my first term, we will end America's housing shortage by building 3 million new homes and rentals that are affordable for the middle class. And we will make sure those homes actually go to working and middle class Americans, not just investors. Because some corporate landlords, some of them buy dozens, if not hundreds of houses and apartments. Then they turn them around and rent them out at extremely high prices. And it can make it impossible then for regular people to be able to buy or even rent a home. Some corporate landlords collude with each other to set artificially high rental prices, often using algorithms in price-fixing software to do it. It's anti-competitive and it drives up costs. I will fight for a law that cracks down on these practices. So in addition, while we work on the housing shortage, my administration will provide first-time home buyers with $25,000 to help with the down payment on a new home. Finally, there's one one more way I will help families deal with rising costs, and that's by letting you keep more of your hard-earned money. Under my plan, more than 100 million Americans will get a tax cut, and we will do this by restoring 2 tax cuts designed to help middle-class and working Americans. The Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit. Through which millions of Americans with children got to keep more of their hard-earned income. We know this works and has a direct impact on so many issues, including child poverty. We know it works. So as president, I'll not only restore that tax cut, but expand it. We will provide $6,000 in tax relief to families during the first year of a child's life.
All right. All right. Well, you know, it was predictable what certain outlets would have to say about that, i.e. New York Post. Communism. Harris unveils budget-breaking $1.7 trillion economic plan. It's $1.7 trillion over a decade, by the way. The military budget, by the time those 10 years are over, will probably be about $1.7 trillion a year if it keeps growing at this rate.
Exactly.
That includes government price controls. All right, so you could expect that from the New York Post. But here is the perfect illustration of the hypocrisy of liberal class media. An outlet like the Washington Post has been, along with the New York Times, just sounding the alarms about the threat of fascism and authoritarianism and totalitarianism coming from Donald Trump, and God forbid he should become the next president, and that's it for the country. So they're in the tank for the Democrats, and they show that just about every chance they get. Like, just about every chance they get to write a puff piece about Kamala Harris or, whoever the Democrat du jour is who we're supposed to rally behind. But just the faintest whiff of economic populism, and by the way, she's not going to do any of those things. We've been fooled once on that in the past. Fooled many times. Most recently was Joe Biden's speech when he won his big Build Back Better speech, where he laid out everything he wanted to do, and this would be great. So it turned out he did absolutely none of it. Didn't even negotiate with Joe Manchin to try to do any of it. So I'm not suggesting that you get your hopes up, but a rhetorical gesture towards a very sort of neoliberal and bureaucratized version of economic populism draws the following from the editorial board of the Washington Post. The Times demands serious economic ideas. Harris supplies gimmicks. So they pan this speech, even though Donald Trump is at the gates, right? Still, maybe, maybe Orange Hitler, not so bad. Not so bad when the alternative is $25,000 in down payment assistance on a new home. Vice President Kamala Harris's speech Friday was an opportunity to get specific with voters about how a Harris presidency would manage an economy that many feel is not working well for them. Of course, those many are not readers of the Washington Post, so we have to trash this as much as we can. Unfortunately, instead of delivering a substantial plan, she squandered the moment on populist gimmicks. If Russell were back in his apartment, I would have had him do the Marquis de Dobler costume and makeup and read this.
I swear to God, when I read it, I was like, if I were back in New York, I would definitely do a Marquis de Dobler for this.
Exactly. It's called for. Americans are clearly still anxious and angry about the high cost of groceries, housing, and even $5.29 Big Macs, if you're the kind of American who would eat a Big Mac. While the inflation rate has cooled substantially since the 2022
we're boycotting
peak.
McDonald's.
Well, yeah, I mean, we are not eating it anyway, but I'm saying even a Big Mac is too expensive for the peasants now. While inflation has cooled substantially since the 2022 peak, an ostensible Biden-Harris administration accomplishment, prices remain elevated to relative to the Trump years. So it's a real political issue for Ms. Harris. One way to handle it might be to level with voters, telling them that inflation spiked in 2021 mainly because the pandemic snarled supply chains and that the Federal Reserve's policies, which the Biden-Harris administration supported, are working to slow it. The vice president instead opted for a less forthright route, blaming big business. Oh my God, you don't say.
The
You don't
business of
say.
America is business.
Yes, blaming big business.
Oh my God.
I mean, that sentence there. So what they say, one way to handle this devastating political issue might be to level with voters and say, hey, we're working on bringing it down. Is it coming down? No, prices aren't going down. They keep going up at slower rates than before, so we're working on it. Instead, she blamed big business. Who, if they're suffering from crippling inflation at the grocery store, would be satisfied with the former answer, the one that the Washington Post suggested, which is, hey, we're doing a great job, right, already, and it's just going to be slow. Deal with it. Again, the normie voter who reads the Washington Post, that's fine. They're fine. They can afford to pay a few dollars extra for a loaf of bread once or twice a week at the grocery store.
Money all your life.
Exactly. But the vice president opted for a less forthright route, is to blame big business. She vowed to go after price gouging by grocery stores, landlords, pharmaceutical companies, and other supposed corporate perpetrators by having the Federal Trade Commission enforce a vaguely defined federal ban on price gouging. Never mind that many stores are currently slashing prices in response to renewed customer bargain hunting. No, McDonald's brought back a $5 meal to get people back in the store. Prices are still up. Prices, I mean, like, who does this, like, who reads this?
They've said is temporary.
Well, yes,
They're
that they've
not
said
even
is
keeping
temporary,
it.
right. Just to get you that fix so you don't lose, so you're not
So you
away
don't
for
start
too
eating
long.
healthy or something.
Right. They don't want to get you in a pattern of healthy eating. They want to keep you
They don't
hooked
want
on
you
the
to start
sugar.
liking apples and stuff.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Miss Harris, I love this line. Miss Harris, pardon me, says she'll target companies that make excessive profits, whatever that means. Whatever that means. It's hard to see how groceries, a notoriously low-margin business, would qualify. Thankfully, this gambit by Ms. Harris has been met with almost instant skepticism, with many critics citing President Richard M. Nixon's failed price controls from the 1970s. Whether the Harris proposal wins over voters remains to be seen, but if sound economic analysis still matters, it won't. Hey, Washington Post, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like you want Trump to win. It sounds like you're helping Trump.
Yeah.
It's
Why are you
actually
helping Trump?
This just helps Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
What are
and
you
I thought,
voting for Trump?
Yeah, what are you voting for Trump? Exactly. I thought Trump was the new Hitler. I thought he was an existential threat. No, what's actually the existential threat to the Washington Post is people getting a $25,000 boost from the government when they make a down payment on the house. Like, no matter what they say about Donald Trump, when the rubber hits the road, and the liberals will always choose fascism over socialism. Always.
Yes.
Every time.
Yes.
No matter what
Yes.
they say, no matter how they... And this isn't even socialism. This is like bureaucratized neoliberalism. Right?
That's it.
But even this is too much for them.
It's please don't drag us out of our houses and march us up a scaffold.
Right.
We're gonna do something for you. That is all this is. No, this is who they are, and I pulled this up. I was gonna send it to you, but I'll just read a little from friend of show Thomas Frank, who's come up quite a lot. He did a masterful article that, if you haven't read it, I would highly recommend. He did this after the 2016 race, very shortly after, called SWAT Team. It was in Harper's, and it was about, specifically, he said this is about how the media covered Sanders in general, but for purposes of the article, I'm going to focus on the Washington Post, and he just focused on the way they covered him. So this is part of his summation after he breaks down all the exceptions that they took to Sanders. Think of all the grand ideas that flicker in the background of the Sanders denouncing stories I have just recounted. There is the admiration for consensus, the worship of pragmatism and bipartisanship, the contempt for popular outcry, the repeated equating of dissent with partisan disloyalty. And think of the specific policy pratfalls, the cheers for TARP, the jeers aimed at bank regulation, the dismissal of single-payer healthcare as a preposterous dream. This stuff is not mysterious. We can easily identify the political orientation behind it from one of the very first pages of the Roger Tory Peterson Field Guide to the Ideologies. This is common seaboard centrism, its markings of complacency and smugness as distinctive as ever, its habitat the familiar beltway precincts of comfort and exclusivity. Whether you encounter it during a recession or a bull market, its call is the same. It reassures us that the experts who head up our system of government have
You're being recorded, and we're rolling. George, thanks for giving us some time. Here in Chicago, you've been following the circus that is American politics for a long time. What's it look like from over there, looking across at the U.S. political zooery right now?
Well, it's very, very bizarre because, this is supposed to be this great democracy. And what you have here is the practice of complete anti-democracy. If this were any other country, the United States would be screaming at the top of its lungs about the rule by a tiny oligarchy. What we have in the Democratic Party is the rejection of the votes of, I think, 40 million Democratic voters who had shown up in the primaries. They went cold weather, they braved the elements and voted for Biden. They were told that there were no other alternatives, or the few alternatives were very unimpressive, and they selected Biden. And then having done that, having essentially declared that they wanted to see Biden as the nominee of their party, a tiny group of people, and we don't even know who constituted that tiny group of people. We assume Nancy Pelosi was one of them. We assume Barack Obama was one of them. We don't know who else was among this tiny group of people. They decided to push aside, reject the decision of those 14 million Democratic voters and insert somebody whom nobody had voted for. She hadn't been on the ballot. I mean, she'd done very poorly in the previous election in 2020, and she dropped out in 2020 before a single vote was cast. And basically, the party was told this is going to be the nominee. She had no idea. She has no plans, no policies, no proposals. And then we have something even more bizarre, which is the media are writing these complete fictional fantasy love letters about Kamala Harris, the Kamala juggernaut, this person who's now this incredible force in American politics. And not only is she going to win, she's going to win in a landslide. The Sun Belt is in play, Texas is in play, Florida is in play, North Carolina is in play. It's like they're getting more and more ecstatic without even asking a very obvious question like, well, what's her policies on Ukraine or on Gaza? Maybe we could talk a little bit about that. Though the one plan that she came up with the other day was her economic program, which was so lousy that even her erstwhile supporters said, hey, are you kidding me? You're going with this? This is going to be a program? Price controls and bribing women to have children? That's how you're going to revive the economy. It's just an absolutely extraordinary thing, and then they're continuing with this fantasy world. I mean, and to add to the fantasy, we had Biden speaking last night, in which he again recycled every single nonsensical trope that he's been recycling over and over again for the past 4 years, every one of which has been rejected, not just and debunked, not just by the conservative media, but even by liberal media. such as that Trump referred to fascists as very fine people, or that Trump had praised Hitler, or that Trump had called World War I veterans losers and suckers. All these things have been debunked. And Biden just went in there on Monday night at the convention and just recycled them. So that's what I mean. The whole thing is just a totally bizarre fantasy.
You know, in the law and just in logic, they refer to the poison fruit of a poison tree. You know, the American democracy, quote unquote, didn't begin with the first primary this season, of course. Mm-hmm. There was no convention at all 4 years ago. They had a basement, almost Wayne's World kind of public access TV show for a convention. And similar to that, now this is the second year in a row where there's not an actual delegate activity on the floor choosing the candidate, but rather something else substituted for it, and because of a quote unquote emergency situation. When you have a party that brought in litigation as a defense to attacks on the 2016 vote of the delegates, the fact that DNC itself says we are not a public corporation, we're not a membership organization, we are a private entity, and we're allowed to run and rule ourselves the way we see fit, and the court agreeing. I don't know what else you could expect from the process. And then I'd like to look at the critique they have of people like Nicolas Maduro and Vladimir Putin election in March this past year. Other places where 150,000 signatures or 100,000, whatever it was, in Russia got you on the ballot. Right. Here, nobody could be on the ballot against Biden in the Democratic primaries.
Well, that's exactly it. That they made sure that you couldn't get on the ballot. They prevented RFK Jr. to get on the ballot. They made clear that there were going to be no debates. Biden wasn't going to debate anybody, including RFK Jr. And you had basically 40 million people voted, and they've been essentially disenfranchised. Apparently it just takes a few telephone conversations between 3-4 people to decide who will be the party nominee. Well, I mean, if they decided that Biden cannot be the nominee of the party, then why didn't they allow the party to make another choice? After all, the Biden's decrepitude had been apparent really since 2019, but they knew perfectly well, the party leaders did, that Biden wasn't up to it, that there was no way that he could serve out another 4 or 5 years in the Oval Office. They knew this, and yet they went along, fueled the lie that he was as sharp as a tack, he's really on the ball. And this is the best Joe Biden and all the rest. They fueled this lie, prevented any kind of a contest. So they make sure that no one got in the race and decide somebody give it somebody else, which is what they did in 2020. Biden was nowhere. He had absolutely collapsed in those early primaries, and then they had to rig the system to make sure that Biden got the nod, because again, Obama and the rest of them decided there's no way in the world we can win this election with Bernie Sanders at the top of the ticket, or Pete Buttigieg, or Elizabeth Warren. We have to have Biden, and so they played around, and in South Carolina, and inserted Biden as the nominee of the party. So they did this. This is what they did, and this incidentally, it's the third election in a row that the Democratic Party leaders did that. They did that in 2016. They rigged it in 2016 to make sure that Hillary Clinton got the nomination. So this is really a pattern among the Democrats that a small group of people decides who will be the party nominee, because I think if you leave it to the Democratic Party members, they're going to make the wrong choice. They're going to choose somebody who cannot win an election. And all these people, Pelosi, Obama, care about is winning an election. And essentially disenfranchising the people. The party is supposed to be theirs. This is what they're activists. They devote their lives to the party. And then basically these few leaders say, well, forget it. We decide who will be the party nominee.
Yeah, it's really a difficult situation. You have, first of all, the political situation inside the country as a consequence of that. All kinds of bizarre alliances that allow an awful lot of cooperation among thieves of various stripes. Maybe is a gentle way of putting it. But you have the U.S. as a global player, and one of the global players, as a matter of fact. And now, for example, at war with Russia, and thumping its chest at China and talking about how it needs to make war there. Other places looking at the U.S. as an adversary, particularly as a belligerent in a global war. Part of the calculus is what kind of support, real deep support, is my adversarial government going to get from its people once the bombs start flying. And when they're looking at this as a method of selecting government officials, they have to be wondering if, a couple of slaps in the face in Washington will tumble. People were really surprised in 1991 when all of that stuff happened. I don't think it's impossible that they could be surprised again, and I think some of the signs are there.
Well, it's a very good question. The way these various foreign policy crises are being manipulated by the Biden administration, that means the foreign policy elite, the deep state, whatever, is they're not really cluing in the people as to what they're really doing, the dangerous game that they're playing. And as long as they do that, people don't really realize how serious the situation is. So Israel behaves recklessly, attacks Gaza, obviously, conducts assassinations, senior Iranian figures it assassinates. It assassinates a Hamas leader in Tehran. It assassinates a Hezbollah leader in Beirut. And then the United States turns around and says, well, we will have Israel's back if any of these countries then retaliates against Israel. So essentially, Israel is the one that behaves recklessly, but the United States has to carry the can. So the United States assumes all the risks without actually, according to the U.S. government, without actually being in on the decision making. So that's at least what they're saying in public. Israel launched these attacks. These were decisions made by Israel, but we will have Israel's back. So you don't make any of the decisions, but you assume all the risks. That's not a good deal. And the American people really should know that their government is assuming all the risks, and that means they are assuming all the risks. And the same goes in Ukraine. The United States is now providing weapons, missiles for a Ukrainian invasion of Russia. Now, that's a very serious business.
Yes.
And it's something that the United States has insisted that it wouldn't do. It wouldn't allow American weapons to be used on Russian territory. But step by step, it kind of, essentially erased that red line and said, yeah, you can do it as long as it's in support of military activity around Kharkov. And then said, yeah, you can do it as long as it's still in support of defense against a Russian attack. This isn't in support of a defense of anything. I mean, this is an outright invasion. And hardly any American politicians, hardly any even foreign policy intellectuals are raising any issues about this, and the American people. I mean, why should they? I mean, they don't follow these things that closely. So I think, okay, well, everything seems fine. No real problems. And they could very well one day wake up. Yeah, you've got a serious problem on your hands, and this is where your government has led you. But to answer your question, what happens then? I don't know. I think that once governments go to the people and say, we are facing an existential crisis, this horrible country, Iran, Russia, North Korea, whatever, is attacking us. They're attacking us for our way of life. They're attacking us for our freedom or whatever. Right. Well, probably people will rally around the flag, even though they should have been paying attention to what their government had been doing.
Yeah. It's very hard in the haze of propaganda and other stuff to know. Looking here, I've been doing this stuff for 50 years. If you were to ask me who actually holds power right now in the White House, I couldn't tell you. I could guess. I could run down a list of, Miller and Kirby and, that group, and maybe try to guess that, looking at their resumes real deep, who they work for. But when you have a situation where they engineered Biden into office, knowing at that time, we were talking about, weekend at Bernie's, basically, someone that they could put in to have a legitimate face on the policies they intended to implement, and he ran out of steam. The sneakers that were tied to the guys on either side of him, that they came untied, and so they had to drop them and come up with scenario number 2, and it's Kamala. Right. These people are intent on expressing these policies, and we're standing around here watching it like an accident in slow motion. I don't know how we parse. Like, I don't even. The king was bad. I know where he lives. Like, he's in the castle. It's so bad. We organize people. We go to the castle. We grab the king. We drag his ass outside. We string him up or off with his head or whatever happens. And you set it right for a little while until it goes crazy again. We have no idea who the king is now, where they hold up in what castle, which buttons are going to be magic buttons, and what's to be done. I mean, if Lenin were around right now and posed the question, what is to be done, I can't imagine he would do anything but scratch his head and say, damn, do I know.
Right, no, I think that's right. And it is kind of interesting that we have these presidential elections, we insert in presidents, and then we kind of realize very quickly that they're not really in charge of anything. You have Obama, who runs on a platform of ending stupid wars. He doesn't end anything. He promises to close down Guantanamo. He doesn't close down Guantanamo. In fact, the wars escalate under Obama. The so-called global war on terror, the anti-terrorist program, escalates under Obama. He carries out all kinds of assassinations against American citizens. And then Obama escalates in Ukraine and so on. And then, but people, then by then had long forgotten that Obama was supposed to be the peace candidate. Yeah. And a similar thing happens with Trump. I mean, Trump also says, okay, no more interventions, end of, worrying about the problems of other countries. We're going to focus on America's domestic problems. And then, lo and behold, every time he tries to pull American forces out of somewhere, this is actively resisted by his own government. He tries to pull out of Syria twice. He wasn't able to do it. And his own officials boasted that they lied to him. I mean, imagine that. I mean, they have assistant secretaries of state boasting that they actually misled the president and about the how many troops there actually were in Syria. And of course, even now, 2016, so 8 years after Trump promised to withdraw American forces from Syria, American forces are still in Syria, and preventing a consolidation of a Syrian government, all the various things that the deep state or the national security state wants, which is to sow chaos everywhere, and thereby becomes a justification for further intervention. And, even if we get Trump back next year, I mean, what are the odds that Trump is going to be able to achieve any of those things? Was he going to pull out of Syria, pull out of Iraq, or, and any of these foreign interventions? I mean, even his signature policy that, I'm going to end the war in Ukraine within 24 hours. I mean, does anyone really believe that? Does anyone really believe that he will be allowed to do so? Right. That this will not be ferociously resisted within the government? That same military security bureaucracy is just going to allow the jettisoning of this war that they've been waging really in Ukraine since 2014, and that even if Trump pursued this with the kind of ruthlessness that he hasn't shown so far, but let's say he pursued it, he would be impeached. He would be impeached and removed from office. Even his allies in the Senate would vote to convict him if he tried to get out of Ukraine. I mean, Lindsey Graham would stick by Trump? No, he would vote to convict Trump.
He'd be at the head of the line, as a matter of fact. He's one of the people that were there when they were at the Maidan. I mean, he was one of the cheerleaders there.
Yeah, he and McCain
and Murphy and
the guy from Connecticut, Richard, and Amy Klobuchar,
Klobuchar.
Comeback.
Yeah. Just finally, I'll let you go, but the example, make reference to what Trump was trying to do, if he was really trying to. I mean, we also are stuck with, we're in a position of trying to parse whether we're looking at the real or the virtual. When one of these guys says, I'm really trying to solve these problems, is this their intent, or is this for television? And they're working cooperatively to make the policy happen. Trump was, starts out during campaign bombast and et cetera towards North Korea, and then within a year or so, he and Kim Jong-un are going to meet, and they're going to settle the war and all of that. And then he starts to wind up towards Iran the same way. And some of us are looking at that like going, oh shit, we might get peace between the U.S. and Iran out of this too. Right. Suddenly, there's legislation introduced in Congress, sui sponte in each house, not from the president, but from the members of Congress. And it's passed the two houses. I think you had 535 total between Senate and House. And I think there were 507 yes and a couple of abstentions to remove from the president the power to undo sanctions against Russia, against DPRK, North Korea, and against Iran, and by the way, other sanctions, even if they were imposed by the president without approval of Congress. When that happens, the New York Times starts carrying articles. Charles Blow, I remember one particular one, calling for him to be prosecuted for treason, which of course carries a death penalty. Right. And the New York Times book review features a novel where a woman fantasizes about Trump being assassinated. All this happens like within a couple of days. Holy Jesus.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, it's quite amazing. And then Trump is the authoritarian. Trump is the dictator. Trump is the fascist. Trump is the warmonger. Trump is the danger to peace. When we can see that the people who really went out of their way to sabotage any hopes of peace, any hopes of reconciliation, any hopes of détente, between the United States and Iran, the United States and Russia, they present themselves as somehow we're reasonable, and look what they did. You're absolutely right. Remember when with North Korea, Trump began the process. It had to be a process. There wasn't going to be. You're not going to just simply get North Korea to sign on the dotted line. We're going to get rid of our nuclear weapons. It's not going to happen that way. It is a process of improving relations between North Korea and the United States, the signing finally of a peace treaty between the United States and North Korea. Then we can talk about the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and it has to be a mutual thing. so that everyone feels secure. You can't just simply have then his own national security advisor, John Bolton, just saying, "Oh, we're just going to park a couple of trucks in North Korea and just take all the nuclear missiles out." I mean, this is idiotic. He did that because he knew this would obviously be rejected by North Korea, and that's it. That's how you do it. Same thing happened, incidentally, with when Trump went to Helsinki to meet with Putin. That could have been a turning point. That could have been a turning point in American-Russian relations. And I think Putin, looked forward to it. I think Trump was looking forward to it. That could be the basis for a slow, steady improvement of relations, which is kind of thing what happened in the 1960s and 70s. But instead, everyone piled on, started demanding from Putin, "Oh, why did you interfere in our elections? What are you going to do, Mr. President, about Russian interference in our elections? Are you going to hold Putin's feet to the fire about his interference?" And that was it. That just sabotaged completely. And everyone was happy about it. All the media were really happy. "Oh, great! This was a disaster of a meeting. Nothing's going to come of it. Fantastic! We've achieved something."
Yeah, they did achieve it too. They managed to keep things where they are right now, and they're deteriorating as we speak. George, thank you very much for your time, for all the work you do. Say hi to our homies over there, and talk with you again real soon, I hope.
Good, thank you. Have fun in Chicago.
Thank you.
All right.
I don't know if folks can hear me. Let me take a quick look at the monitor here. Hello, folks. Can you hear me? Let me take a... Okay, so that's working. So we're in the middle of, I guess we just finished the first hour and a half of today's 8-hour broadcast. Right now, there's the three of us in the studio, and I'm waiting on Pasta and some others to drop by. We have various things happening all over the city today, and we are going to include you in that, of course. And excuse the few little technical glitches, or maybe more than a few, that we're going to encounter on the course of covering all this stuff, but we're going to try to bring you a lot of information today. And so I'm going to go to another video. That was, by the way, George Muley. He is, among other things, an academic based in Budapest, Hungary, and his expertise is in international affairs. He lived in the United States for a very long time and is very familiar with the political situation here. He's one of the more enlightened voices coming from Europe right now on political affairs. I'm going to be going to Moscow to speak with Dmitry Babich from RIA Novosti, the Russian news agency, and that'll be in about an hour and a half, 2 hours. I'm going to go back to a piece I started to play earlier with the Due Dissonance group with Russell and Keaton, and we're going to run that for a little bit and then come back and we'll have a conversation about whatever the next thing is about. And so give me a moment or two to get this engineering thing figured out. I'm using this software for the first time on my own, and I did not quite get an invite with it. Oh, you know what I'm doing? We're going to do this. I heard it yesterday. Ann Garrison interviewed Dan Kovalik at the protest, the big protest yesterday for Gaza, and we're going to go to that, and then we'll come back and have a conversation about some other things. So let's do this. That's pretty.
Just Dan Kovalik, by telling us what you'd most like people to understand about your book. We have this book right here, The Case for Palestine, why it matters and why you should care.
Yeah, well, I think the main reason I wrote the book is to explain, frankly, to a mainstream American audience that what's happening in Gaza, this genocide that's happening in Gaza, the conflict in Gaza, didn't start on October 7th, right? This has been ongoing as far back as 1948 with the Nakba, in which 750,000 Palestinians were forcibly displaced by Israeli militants, gangs in many cases. And even before that, with the Balfour Declaration of 1917. And Americans have not been taught about that history. In fact, they've been willfully encouraged not to even look into that history. Palestinians have largely, as you know, and been made invisible on purpose. And you know, that goes back to the myth that the Israelis had of the land without a people for a people without a land. So the whole idea was they moved to historic Palestine, but there weren't any Palestinians there.
Right.
And they now are making that a reality. Right now they're making it a reality that there won't be Palestinians left, and there won't even be a memory of them left. And that's why I wrote this book.
And you just came back from Egypt. Tell us about your trip to Egypt.
Yes, I was on a delegation to Egypt with some lawyers and also some trauma experts. We were taking testimony from Palestinian evacuees from Gaza about the crimes that they suffered in Gaza at the hands of the Israelis. People should know that Egypt now has about 100,000 evacuees from Gaza.
Since October 7th?
Yes.
Okay.
And these folks, what most people don't know is almost all these folks had to pay about $5,000 to $6,000 per adult, $1,000 per child to come into Egypt. And they paid it to a company owned by the son of President Sisi, right? It was very corrupt. Now, I don't want to totally, criticize Egypt because at least they took them in, but these folks can't put their kids in school, they can't work, they don't have resident status, so they can't travel. It's a very tough life for them, obviously better than what it was in Gaza. And the point is, we went there to talk to people about the atrocities they suffered in Gaza, which are absolutely horrific.
And the main thing you had to be able to get out was this $5,000 or $1,000 per child. I know someone who got out, someone I was in touch with on Facebook, who was trying to get out because he had shrapnel in his body.
Right.
Did you have to be wounded, or was
to
there
go
anything
for
other
free?
Than having the money?
Yeah, if you had a certain medical condition that needed treatment, which you couldn't get in Gaza, which of course you can't get hardly any treatment there now because Israel's destroyed all the hospitals, or even like a cancer, or again, as you said, if you were wounded, you might be able to get in to Egypt for free. That is true. But short of that, you had to pay, even if you were living in a tent and your area was being bombed every day, you had to come up with that money. And so many people that I know of, I have a lot of friends from Gaza now living in Egypt, including a student of mine who went to the University of Pittsburgh School of Law for years, a foreign exchange or foreign student. And they had to raise money from friends. Many of them bankrupted themselves, basically emptied all of their life savings
to get out.
And they've already lost their homes, right? They've lost generational homes that were in their families for generations, or some And they showed me photos of these. Some people who had just built brand new homes that had taken them years to build, years to save for. Those homes are gone. Now their savings are gone. Now they're in a country where they have no right to work and no right to schooling and no right to travel. These are people without a country, and that's been true for so long. The Palestinians are a people, they're the people without a land. Yeah. And that's what people have to understand. And everything's been turned on its head, right? The aggressors have been made into the victims, and the victims have been made into the aggressors. And again, that's what I wanted to dispel in the book.
And are these people, are they living in like a concentration camp? Are they living in some kind of settlement where they can't move around because they don't have all these rights, they don't have residence status?
It depends. It's a great question. Now, if you're a person without means, you are living in these cinder block tenements that house only Palestinians. Only Palestinians can go in there. There's curfews. I wouldn't say it's like a prison because you can leave, and we met people who left to visit us inside, downtown Cairo. But it's a very austere life, and it's a ghetto because it's all Palestinians. And again, even me as an American, I would need special permission to visit there. And in fact, our delegation asked for permission, and were denied it. So, as I said, they basically live in their own ghetto. Now, if you're a person of means, a Palestinian of means, and you can afford an apartment or whatever, yes, you can do that. But most of the Palestinians who came, certainly by the time they came and spent the money to cross, have nothing, and so they live in these tenements.
And is there any effort to resettle them in the West or in Africa or anywhere else? We've heard about resettlement efforts, even as outlandish as the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Right, yeah, they talked about that.
Yeah.
Well, Israel, as you said, has thought about the Congo. They've thought about the Sinai Desert. That's their first choice.
Right.
In Egypt, of course, ironically, where the Israelites spent 40 years wandering in the desert. They want to put the Palestinians in the same desert.
Wait, you say that's their first choice? Israel's first choice is to force all these people out into the Sinai?
Into the Sinai. And in fact, they offered Sisi, and I guess to his credit, I'll get to this, to his credit, he refused this offer. And the offer from the United States, who's helping Israel with this ethnic cleansing, was, we're going to help you pay off your $185 billion in foreign debt if you build tents in the Sinai and you take in all the Palestinians from Gaza and the Sinai. And to his credit, Sisi said, we are not going to be a party to your ethnic cleansing. We're not going to do that, and he turned down the money. And so, again, when I talk about Egypt, I do want to say, they're between a rock and a hard place. They do want to provide some refuge to Palestinians in need, but they also don't want to be parties to a wholesale ethnic cleansing of 2.3 million Palestinians. So that is a difficulty. And as far as I know, no one else is taking these Palestinians. Again, once they cross into Egypt, unless they're Egyptian nationals to begin with, and some are, because, as you know, Egypt was the protector, I guess, or lack of a better word, of Gaza from about 1950 to 1967. So a lot of there are a lot of Palestinians who have a mom who's Egyptian or a dad who's Egyptian or Egyptian, have some, and so they would have some more rights to try to leave somewhere if they had the money to do it. But most who have no Egyptian nationality are coming to Egypt and they're trapped there. In fact, I'll give you an example. There's a woman we met with a tragic story. So in a massacre by the Israelis in Gaza, she lost her husband and she lost her oldest son. Two of her children, her two daughters, including a 5-year-old daughter, who is now, and I saw the pictures, burned by illegal white phosphorus. That girl and her sister, this woman's daughter, who's 18, are in the hospital in Ankara, Turkey right now. While the mom is trapped in Egypt, and her two younger sons, who are not even high school age, are still in northern Gaza. She can't get her sons to Egypt, and she can't get from Egypt to Turkey to see her daughters. And again, this is the fate of so many people.
She has two daughters who were injured by white phosphorus?
At least one was injured by white phosphorus. The other one had a serious back injury. Actually, when she saved her 5-year-old sister jumping out of a building to escape the shelling in the white phosphorus. So that, you know, that again, they're people without a country. They can't travel, and I don't know again of any of them who have the ability to leave and go anywhere else at this point.
And was there actually a proposal on the table to move the entire population of Gaza out into the Sinai?
Well, yeah, not a public one, no, but a private one, yes. Those discussions were had with Sisi. There was a plan made up by the United States and Israel to do that. Again, the U.S. and other countries would have paid to build the tents to do that, and they were willing to pay off Egypt's debts for that to happen. Those discussions happened. And we know early on that Netanyahu and other leaders were talking about removing all of them into the Sinai. And I think, again, that plan is not off the table. They would still like to do that. And who knows, if they give Egypt the right price, maybe they will take that. Though I will say that the Egyptians on the ground, including the military people and the cops, are furious at Sisi for not doing more to help the Palestinians. Egypt has legions. They have a navy. They could do something like Nasser tried to do in '73 to help the Palestinians, and they're not. And the people of Egypt are furious about this. So if he went ahead and built a desert encampment for the Palestinians in the Sinai, I think he would be overthrown. I think he would not survive that situation. So, but that's the plan. That's the hope. And at this point, short of that, they're planning on wiping out all of Gaza, and that needs to be discussed. And that raises the next issue, if I can talk about it, because we're sitting here looking at a truck for Kamala Harris. A lot of people are like, oh, you're here to protest the DNC and Kamala Harris. You must support Trump because you're going to get Trump elected. And here's my response. I don't want Trump to win. I don't want Kamala to win, right? I'm going to vote for Jill Stein, and I realize she's not going to win. Okay, I realize one of the two are going to win. At the same time, I have one concern right now. That no matter who wins, whether it's Kamala or Trump, and whoever's better or worse, they won't even be inaugurated till the end of January of next year. The people of Gaza don't have till January. There's a famine now that is wiping out the population.
Polio.
All kinds of preventable diseases. Smallpox. There is no potable water left in Gaza. The aquifers have been destroyed. There is no way to get potable water. There is no food. I have friends still in Gaza. All you can do is pay exorbitant amounts of money. $100, for example, for a little piece of meat.
Well, nobody can do that. Nobody can do that.
No one can do it. And even if you could, all that means is whatever food is in there now is the food they got. No food's coming in, no water's coming in, and that's the other thing, good morning, about Egypt that you need to know. The Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza, which was the main route for humanitarian aid, has been closed by the Israelis since May 7th.
Well, there is some small amount of aid trickling in.
Not from the Rafah crossing. There's nothing.
Okay.
There's nearly no aid coming in. And in fact, if you want to, I encourage people to support the people of Gaza, but if you give to a relief agency, all they can do is get food and water that's already in Gaza to people there.
We've engaged a historic number of Americans in the democratic process, and now we have to overcome the odds once again.
To get it in. Israel has closed off every crossing. There's no way to get it in by water. You remember Biden built that ridiculous port that now is gone.
The $300 million port that
never worked.
Never worked in no time.
And will never work now.
Will never work. Yeah.
And so you have famine. You're seeing photos of emaciated babies dying. And of course, the babies that don't die, if they're lucky not to die, they're going to have permanent brain damage because of the lack of nutrition. You have the most maimed children in any conflict known in history. You have tens of thousands of orphan children. So now you have maimed, orphaned starving children. Who's going to take care of these children? It is an unreal situation.
Yeah, UNRWA reported that 10 children in Gaza were having one or both legs amputated every day.
And now without anesthesia?
Without anesthesia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an incredible thing, Anna. And again, that's why we're here. That's why we're in Chicago. The protests of DNC. Again, you may say, oh, Trump's a bad guy. He's worse than Kamala. Hey, I'll stipulate to that. But the point is, this is a Democratic war. The White House is run by the Democrats. The White House is running this war. The White House is giving billions of dollars of military assistance to Israel all the time, including 2,000-pound bombs. Military experts in the U.S. say they wouldn't use 500-pound bombs in an urban setting like Gaza because all you're doing is murdering civilians. We're giving them 2,000 bombs to wipe out whole neighborhoods at once. And this is Biden. This is Harris. This is what they're doing. And we have to protest them now because, again, we don't have till January to wait for some promise change, which, by the way, probably won't come anyway.
Tell us about your trip to the West Bank.
Yes, I went to the West Bank in December, and that was, again, a couple months after October 7th, obviously. And it was my first time to Palestine. And I went into Jordan, I crossed the King Hussein Bridge into the West Bank. And, it was an incredible experience. You really see, a lot of people talk about apartheid in Israel, Palestine. And you see it there. You see the walls that surround everything and everyone to separate. They're separation walls to separate the Palestinians from the Israelis. You see the checkpoints. You have to go through checkpoints if you're a Palestinian, even if you're not a Palestinian. But if you are a Palestinian and have to go through checkpoints, those are occasions to be harassed, to be imprisoned, to be raped, to be murdered by the Israelis. I'll give you a little example, again, of what life is, even under the best of circumstances. So, I was there during Advent, and I wanted to go to Bethlehem, and I was staying in Ramallah. Distance between Ramallah and Bethlehem is something like 15 miles. You should be able to go there in about half an hour. It took 3 hours, because you have to go through all of the checkpoints of the Israelis or try to go around them, which I was with a guy, he's almost 80 years old, by the way. He was born before 1948. He was born in 1946. He's Jewish. Nicest guy in the world. He insisted on personally taking me to Bethlehem. He said he could get us around the checkpoints, which he did.
So this was a Jewish person native to Palestine.
Correct.
Yeah.
Who supports the Palestinians. He's actually a Fatah. He's in Fatah. So, he's an interesting guy. His name is Yuri Davis. I talk about him in the book. He was writing, by the way, in 1987, he wrote a book about Israeli apartheid. He was a very early proponent of that theory. And, but the only reason we could go there at all and make it even in 3 hours and 4 hours back was because he had a yellow Israeli license, not the license plate, what do you call it?
Stick.
The thing on the front of your thing.
License plate.
Yeah, license plate. He had a yellow Israeli license plate. If you're Palestinian, you get a different color, and if you have that color, you can't go anywhere. If there are people who I have met in Palestine who've never been to the Al-Aqsa Mosque, who've never stepped inside Jerusalem, they're not allowed in. The Israelis can go anywhere with that special yellow license plate, and the Palestinians cannot. That is apartheid. That's what we're talking about.
You have Palestinians in the West Bank who've never been able to get into Jerusalem.
Right. Yeah. And you have even Palestinians who are lucky enough to be from Jerusalem and they're therefore allowed to live in Jerusalem, travel in Jerusalem, who still can't get in the old city to see the Al-Aqsa Mosque. That's how intense the segregation is. And now, and people need to understand this, Israel really is now at full war with the West Bank. Not the same, it's not a scorched earth policy like Gaza, because it can't be because so many Israelis live there. But they are attacking the Palestinians in the West Bank with incredible force. There's now estimated to be anywhere between 10 and 20,000 Palestinians in jail. Most of those have been arrested since October 7th. Many of them have been arrested from the West Bank. And as we're learning more and more, even now from mainstream sources like the New York Times, who report on it once in a while, the treatment of these prisoners is incredible. They're being raped, they're being beaten, they're being killed. 60 prisoners have been killed in jail since October 7th, many of them having been arrested without any charges.
Tell us about the persecution of the Christian community.
Yes. Well, that's an interesting thing. Most people don't even know there's Palestinian Christians. Most people don't know that Jesus himself was Palestinian. But that's true. And there are many Palestinian Christians, those a lot less than there used to be in historic Palestine, because most have left. And they have left not because of what Israel claims. They say, oh, Hamas scared them out. That's totally untrue. They have left because they are being persecuted, particularly in the West Bank. For example, the Church of the Nativity, which is built over the cave where Jesus was born, that was actually attacked by Israel. I mentioned that in the book. I want to say in 2008, don't hold me to the date, but it's in the book, where they shelled the Church of the Nativity. They shot people inside the Church of the Nativity. And that's a more extreme example of what's happened in the West Bank. But in Gaza, after October 7th, they actually have blown up historic, ancient Christian churches there on purpose. Because they want to get rid of any remnants of the Palestinian Christian community, because that's a very inconvenient community for them. Why? Because you have so many Christian Zionists who support Israel. In fact, even Biden says he's a Christian Zionist, right? Mike Pompeo is a Christian Zionist. Mike Pence, who's vice president, is a Christian Zionist. It's very inconvenient for those people to know, oh, well, the Israelis are persecuting Christians. Many Christians, when they walk around the old city of Jerusalem, if they're seen to be a Christian, if they're wearing a cross, they will be spat upon, or their cross will be taken from their neck, right? Again, these are inconvenient facts that aren't discussed much, and again, I talk about this in the book.
Did you have any contact with the dissident Orthodox Jews in Israel?
Not with Orthodox per se, but again, I had plenty of contact with Jews in Jerusalem who support the Palestinian people.
Oh,
These are the bravest people you ever meet. One woman, I'll tell you, so in addition to Yuri Davis, I met with a woman, her name is...
Yuri Davis again, that was...
The gentleman who took me to Bethlehem.
Who was 80-some years old, who was born in 1946.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Correct. So I also met, he actually introduced me to a friend of his named Leah. I forget her last name, but it's in the book. There's a photo of her in the book. Who's Jewish. She's fairly an older Jewish person who's an attorney in Jerusalem, in the center of town, who represents Palestinian political prisoners and has for many years. And of course, she's persecuted by other Jews who are Zionists, right? They hate her for what she does. So she has a certain amount of freedom because she is Israeli and she is Jewish. But, you know, hers is a hard life. She's very isolated there. But it doesn't stop her. She's an incredible human being. And those people need to be talked about. Sadly, there's not as many of those people as there used to be in Israel, but those people do exist. There are people to this day, Jews in Israel, who try to protect Palestinians from the settlers, who try to steal their property, try to steal their land, who beat up Palestinians. You know, there are those people. And again, there used to be a lot more. There used to be a stronger kind of leftist current in Israel. There used to be a socialist Zionism, a labor Zionism. Most of that's gone. Basically, Israel's now been ceded to the right wing. And even if Netanyahu left tomorrow, it would be substituting another right-winger for him, which has to be known. But I do, you know, the Jews in Israel who support the Palestinians, those people they exist and they need to be applauded. And again, they're an inconvenient fact also for the Western press.
And is that just really tiny sliver of the population.
Now it is. Now it is. In fact, you saw last week after on Israeli news, they broadcast a video of a Palestinian prisoner being gang raped by Israelis. They took a poll in Israel on whether people thought it was okay to rape Palestinians. A plurality of Israelis, 47% to 46%, said yes, it's okay to rape Palestinians.
So, Dan, it sounds like, I think it's just hard not to feel like it's a hopeless situation. I never imagined it could go on this long.
No one
I don't
does.
think any of us, when it started, thought that we would still be here this many months later. How many months is it? It's like
9
months. I think everyone thought it would be over by Christmas. That Biden would say, look, now, okay, you've killed enough people, it's time to back off. Nothing like that has happened. There are more 2,000-pound bombs going every day. New F-15 fighter jets, the top of the line Air Force, just being purchased by Israel, which actually means that the U.S. gave Israel money, Israel spent the money paying Lockheed Martin and Boeing for these top-of-the-line fighter bomber jets.
Right.
Where do you see this going?
Well, first of all, I think what you said is very important, and let me say that people who think that Biden couldn't stop it are wrong. In fact, those of us who are old enough to remember Ronald Reagan and who were peace activists back then, and I'm one of them, remember what a warmonger he was. But at some point during the Israeli war in Lebanon, he told Menachem Begin, he said, you're killing too many civilians, you got to stop it, and he stopped it with one phone call. Biden could have made that phone call, and he's lying when he says he makes that phone call or he tells Netanyahu that. It can be done, and as you say, it hasn't been done. I don't think it's going to be done. I think, where do we go from here? I think, first of all, the American people who are disgusted by this need to protest. They need to call for this to stop. I think that we have the power to stop it too, through protest. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe that. But I also think, look, it may be settled militarily between Israel and Hezbollah and Hamas and Iran. We'll see.
Settled? Settled in a regional war?
Well, it would be terrible, and I don't wish for that. But look, nothing's being done to prevent that regional war, and that's what Netanyahu wants. We now have, I think 1/3 of our Navy is now in the Mediterranean.
Right.
We are preparing for that regional war. And sadly, that is how probably this will end, is with a regional war. That's not what I want. I think we need to protest at the top of our lungs to prevent that. But I think that's where we're headed. If you wanted to know what I think realistically, that's probably where we're headed, because that's what Netanyahu wants. And I don't know if Biden, Harris, whoever's running the White House now, I don't know if they want it, but they won't stop it. That's clear to me, or at least not at this moment.
Well, there must be some people in the Pentagon that have more sense than that realize the kind of arsenal that Iran has, the kind of friends Iran has.
Yes, well, I think there are probably people in the military who don't want that war. But the thing is, we do have a civilian form of government where the civilians control the military. They may press for it not to happen, but if the White House wants it, they will get it. And I think that the White House with Biden basically out of commission, let's face it, because of his, mental capacity or lack thereof, and because of Harris, frankly, doing nothing but campaigning, I think the White House has been turned over to the neocons, like Anthony Blinken. I think they're running the show, and I think they are pushing for this regional war because that's what Netanyahu wants.
Well, okay, that's bleak, but here we have an Israeli flag. We have a counter-protest coming over here.
And look at the cops. By the way, you should turn around and show the cops.
Yeah, okay, we're now surrounded.
We're surrounded by
bicycle.
Chicago.
We're now surrounded by Chicago bicycle police. Back of them are some vans. I keep forgetting the name of this group. There's some sort of black man for Kamala Harris. with these huge vans who come to park alongside the protest. They did this yesterday also during the protest.
Hi, folks. Let's see. I don't know if you're getting any audio on this. Let me take a look at that. Yeah, you should be getting some audio. So that was an interview that was done with Ann Garrison yesterday, or done by Ann Garrison yesterday, with international human rights lawyer Dan Kovalik. We are here in Chicago, Illinois, at the Democratic National Convention TV show. It has been an interesting day and change thus far since our arrival Sunday night. There was an interesting TV show on last night, and we're going to be bringing you an interesting TV show until 8 p.m. Central Time today, and then noon to 8 p.m. Central on Wednesday and Thursday of this week. I'm going to pump out a little bit of the last Democratic National Convention for people who don't really understand the nature of the legitimacy, quote unquote, that Joe Biden's presidency rests upon. After hiding the primary process from all of the people that ran and that were polling and beating him, polling ahead of him and beating him back in 2020 in the Democratic primaries, they pulled the COVID half step and canceled the real convention, turning it into, in essence, a cheap, on-the-fly TV show that lasted 3.5 days. Technically, it looked like Wayne's World, and in terms of substance, they could have used some of the writers. We're going to go to day 2 of that, which is, this is day 2 of the 2024 primary. Today we'll be bringing you some of that stuff tonight from the floor. And a host of guests and others between now and then. We have people out at the protests. We've been bringing you some of that since yesterday. And we'll come back in a little while. I'm going to go to Moscow to have a conversation with Dmitry Babich in a short while, and when I finish that, I'll bring that back here. So this is a collaborative effort with about a dozen and a half journalists, bloggers, vloggers, and floggers, whatever the hell else you want to call people that do what we do. We're going to be bringing you a myriad of voices from Chicago here critiquing the Democratic Party and the American political system from the inside out. And we're going to be bringing that to you for the next, I'd say, the next 36 hours. I'm Don DeBar. I'll be back.
To build back better than before.
We lead not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line. Don't forget it.
We are Democrats, and we're ready to lead again. We're coming together on August 17th, all across America. Be there.
And now, live from Milwaukee, Mayor Tom Barrett.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tom Barrett, the proud mayor of Milwaukee. I would love to be welcoming you to my home city right now. The good people of Milwaukee and I were so excited when we learned that our resilient city was chosen to host the 2020 Democratic National Convention. It was the first time a major political party chose Wisconsin to hold its convention. But these are not conventional times. And as a result, as we all know, this is not a conventional convention. And as much as we would have loved to host you in person, I am proud that the Democratic Party and the City of Milwaukee have made the health of our residents our #1 priority. Unlike the President, we've never called COVID-19 a hoax. Unlike the President, we've never made fun of face masks. And unlike the President, we've never belittled our public health experts. We understand why we can't be together this week, and I hope you do too. And as our party comes together virtually to nominate Joe Biden to be our next president, we're showing the country that we're nominating a leader who isn't afraid to make tough choices or to work with health experts, not against them, to address this pandemic. Milwaukee is a very special place on America's fresh coast. I look forward to the day when you are all able to come experience our beautiful lakefront, our historic neighborhoods, and above all, our diverse, hardworking, and friendly residents. But in the meantime, it is my honor to call the second session of the 48th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party to order.
Delegates, we will now hear reports from our 3 convention standing committees. To start us off, I'm pleased to introduce Lorraine Miller and James Roosevelt Jr., co-chairs of the Credentials Committee, to present their committee's report.
Hello, delegates to the 2020 Democratic National Convention. My name is Jim Roosevelt, and it is an honor to have served as a co-chair of the Credentials Committee, along with my good friend, Lorraine Miller. Pursuant to the convention rules, the Credentials Committee met and took action to approve the credentials of the delegates and alternates that have been credentialed for the 2020 Democratic National Convention. I am proud to say that all credentials issues were resolved in accordance with the actions of the Credentials Committee. This year's nominating process reflects the efforts of so many to make our process more open and more transparent. As a result, we know that our delegates reflect the best of our party, and we are all united around our nominees, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
May I add my thanks for the opportunity to serve as a co-chair of the Credentials Committee with my friend Jim Roosevelt. Our state and territorial parties have worked diligently in these unprecedented times to make sure that their delegations reflect the great diversity of our party. We are proud that our party places a priority on making sure that participants of this convention highlight a core value of our party. That is, ensuring that all Americans, regardless of sex, race, age, color, creed, national origin, religion, economic status, sexual orientation, gender identity, ethnic identity, or physical disability have a role in this important process. Mr. Chair, I am pleased to report that the Credentials Committee report was approved by committee members and all delegates have been fully credentialed.
Thank you, Lorraine and Jim. We will now hear from the co-chairs of the Rules Committee, Maria Cardona and Congressman Barney Frank, to present that committee's report.
Buenas noches. My name is Maria Cardona, and I am so honored to serve as co-chair of the Rules and Bylaws Committee of the Democratic National Convention, along with my friend and colleague, Congressman Barney Frank. The Rules Committee met the last week of July to adopt the convention rules of procedure, officers, and agenda. The committee approved the rules that will govern the convention. These rules are based on a long-standing process that has governed our conventions for many, many cycles. Given the unprecedented nature of the COVID-19 health crisis, these rules that were approved focus on providing for a convention that will transform the convention experience for delegates and for participants and will allow for maximum participation by those delegates. The Rules Committee also ratified a dynamic group of Democrats to serve as the officers of the convention. The convention officers truly represent the ideals and the principles of the Democratic Party. These actions of the Rules Committee will ensure that the 2020 Democratic National Convention can efficiently and effectively proceed with its important business. The Rules Committee also took action on a resolution that was recommended for approval by convention delegates. The resolution calls on the Democratic National Committee to continue the work from this cycle to improve our nominating process and to build on those reforms for the 2024 cycle. The resolution calls on the DNC Rules Committee to conduct a comprehensive review of the presidential nominating reforms that were made and to evaluate where even further reforms might be needed. This review and accounting will be complete by March 31st, 2021. Chair, I am pleased to report that the unity resolution was approved by the delegates. Thank you to the delegates. Thank you to the members of the Rules and Bylaws Committee. And thank you for continuing to do everything you can to ensure we are successful in November. Gracias.
Two things about the rules are very important to note. One, they continue and build on the trend towards making our nominating process as democratic as possible with a small d. We have asked that we go to primaries rather than caucuses. We have restricted and maintained those restrictions on non-elected delegates. Secondly, it's important to note that everything in these rules is the product of a very free agreement between the Sanders and Biden people, as it was last time between Clinton and Sanders. That is, we have a very democratic set of rules agreed upon enthusiastically by both camps.
Thank you, Maria and Barney. It's my pleasure to call on Platform Committee co-chairs Julie Chavez Rodriguez and Dennis Madonna to present their committee's report.
Good evening. I'm Julie Chavez Rodriguez, and alongside my friend Dennis McDonough, I was honored to co-chair this year's Democratic Platform Committee. This spring, the process for drafting our 2020 Democratic Platform began with the formation of the Unity Task Forces. Appointed by Vice President Biden and Senator Sanders, the task forces focused their work on 6 major policy priorities. Continuing the work of the task forces, the Platform Drafting Committee engaged voters and encouraged them to share their stories so that their values were reflected. The Platform Drafting Committee, chaired by Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, engaged so many throughout our party to ensure that that feedback was incorporated, whether it was received online or through allied groups.
Thanks, Julie. I'm Dennis McDonough, and I'm proud to have been Julie's co-chair on the Platform Committee. Our committee has produced a platform that proposes solutions to the challenges that American families face in this unprecedented time. It's informed by the values of our party and the priorities of our presidential nominee, Vice President Joe Biden. I strongly believe that this platform lays out an agenda informed by the values that will defeat Donald Trump and heal the soul of our nation, the United States of America.
Thank you, Julie and Dennis. Thank you to all the members of all 3 standing committees for your important work to ensure we have a smooth and orderly convention, a platform that represents our party's values and interests, and a plan for continuing to look at how we conduct our affairs in the best spirit of openness, fairness, and inclusion.
America, and to the republic for which it stands.
One nation.
One nation. One nation.
One nation.
Under God.
Indivisible.
With liberty and justice for all.
My fellow Americans, this is my country. Many of us have fought hard for the right to say that. Many are now struggling today from the Harlem to Da Nang so that they may say this with conviction. This is our country.
We are a people in a quandary about the present. We are a people in search of our future.
We must make the American people hear our tale of two cities. We must convince them that we don't have to settle for two cities, that we can have one city, indivisible, shining for all of its people.
If you give us a chance, we can perform. After all, Ginger Rogers did everything that Fred Astaire did. She just did it backwards and in high heels.
There is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America. There is not a black America and a white America and Latino America and Asian America. There's the United States of America.
The American dream is not a sprint or even a marathon, but a relay. Our across the finish line in the span of one generation. Each generation passes on to the next the fruits of their labor.
We are one people, all of us pledging allegiance to the Stars and Stripes, all of us defending the United States of America.
Welcome
to the second night of the Democratic National Convention.
This is a different kind of convention.
Look at the camera and smile.
And
This is a different kind of keynote.
is a different kind of keynote.
This year,
all of us are on stage, and we've got a lot to say.
Let's get real. There's a lot riding on this election.
When we're facing the biggest economic and health crisis in generations, because our president didn't and still doesn't have a plan.
When doctors, nurses, and home health care aides in Philadelphia have to risk their own lives to protect others because there's not enough protective equipment.
When factory workers in Ohio are faced with dangerous conditions because this administration hasn't given clear guidance on how to protect our people.
When teachers in Gwinnett County, Georgia, and across the country are being asked to return to the classroom without a plan to keep them safe, and parents are exhausted juggling full-time work and full-time childcare.
And visiting our parents and grandparents through the window of a nursing home, worrying all the time that they'll get sick.
When unemployment in North Charleston, South Carolina, a city I represent, has risen nearly fourfold, and evictions are putting families out on the street in the middle of a pandemic.
Make no mistake, it didn't have to be this bad. In the early days of the virus, Donald Trump didn't listen to the experts. And then he said something that a president should never say.
He said, I don't take responsibility at all.
No responsibility.
No leadership.
No plan.
He still doesn't have a plan. Donald Trump just doesn't understand. We can't fix our economy until we get a hold of the virus.
While working families are struggling, he's looking out for the people who are already doing just fine. The wealthy, the big corporations, the donors to his campaign.
He's looking out for himself.
But there's one person who's looking out for us.
All of us.
And that's Joe Biden.
Joe called it. We are in a battle for the soul of our nation.
But Joe knows we can never let hard times turn us against each other.
And we can never stop doing the hard work to make things right.
That's why we ran for office.
Even when people counted us out. Even when there had never been a Latina in the Nevada State Senate.
Or a Democrat elected as Florida Commissioner of Agriculture in nearly 3 decades.
Or an openly gay man in the Georgia State Legislature.
When Birmingham hadn't had a mayor this young in 120 years.
We ran for office because we know the struggles American families are facing. Because we've lived them.
We've lived the insecurity and the indignity of an eviction notice.
I, like many of you, have lived the frustration of paying off student loans.
We have lived the grief of losing loved ones to gun violence and the criminal justice system that unfairly targets our communities.
We have lived that feeling of helplessness when someone you love is very sick and access to healthcare is a matter of life and death.
By the way, Joe Biden has lived a lot of this too.
He was raised in a middle-class family in Scranton, Pennsylvania and Claymont, Delaware.
He watched his dad look for work and learned that a job is about so much more than a paycheck. It's about dignity and respect.
He was sworn into office from the hospital room of his 2 young sons after a car crash killed his wife and infant daughter.
He knows what it's like to thank God you have health care.
He knows what it's like to work hard for everything you've got.
He knows what it's like to send a child off to war.
And he'll never forget who he's fighting for.
I look around my district in North Texas, and I see the people who built this country. The educators, like the single mom who raised me. The men and women on the front lines of our healthcare system. You built this country.
Small business owners, like the ones whose shops and restaurants line the streets of Birmingham, Michigan.
Charleston, South Carolina.
Of tribal nations.
Line the streets of Philadelphia and bring our communities to life. You built this country.
The nurses in Memphis who came out of retirement to treat patients during this pandemic. You built this country.
And you know what? You deserve more than the constant chaos that Donald Trump delivers.
You deserve health care you can afford, a job that pays you fairly. You deserve child care and paid sick leave while you work. And when you pay into Social Security and Medicare, you deserve to know it will be there when you retire.
And that's why we ran.
And thanks to the voters across the country in both red states and blue states,
we won.
A new generation of leaders is rising up.
And with Joe Biden in the White House, there's no limit to what we can do.
In Nevada, we're making drug prices more transparent, so people with chronic illnesses won't go broke while drug companies get rich.
Joe's working to protect and expand the Affordable Care Act. He'll make sure millions of people keep their coverage and no one can be denied for a pre-existing condition. He'll bring down the cost of health care and prescription drugs too, giving tax credits to working families and allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices.
That's a big effing deal.
That's a big effing deal.
Because Joe knows we can't have a healthy economy if people can't afford health care.
But let's remember, Donald Trump is suing to take health care coverage away from more than 20 million Americans and eliminate protections for over 100 million with pre-existing conditions.
In the middle of a pandemic.
In Texas, we're standing up for fierce women like my mom and my tias who raised me to never back down from a tough fight. So we're fighting to make sure that mothers have access to health screenings for safe pregnancies and childbirth. And we're bringing long overdue justice to survivors of sexual assault.
Joe Biden has been fighting for women his entire career. As senator, he authored the Violence Against Women Act. And as president, he'll restore funding for Planned Parenthood. He will codify Roe v. Wade and make reducing maternal mortality, especially for women of color, a top priority.
In Florida, on the front lines of our climate crisis, we're working to produce more renewable energy and shrink our carbon footprint.
Joe has a major plan to invest in clean energy, jobs, and infrastructure.
In the House of Representatives, we're closing loopholes to ensure local infrastructure projects use American-made materials and local labor and support American manufacturing.
Unlike Donald Trump, Joe Biden will actually enforce Buy American rules, investing in American-made clean energy, building materials, high-tech equipment and R&D, all creating more good jobs.
In Michigan, we're banning business practices that have exploited workers and cost them hundreds of millions of dollars in lost wages.
When unemployment is the highest rate since the Great Depression, when millions of people have seen their hours and pay slash, Joe knows it's not enough to rebuild the economy the way it was before. We've got to build it back better.
He'll build an economy that rewards work, not wealth, and get rid of the Trump tax cuts that only benefit big corporations and the rich. And then he'll invest in healthcare, education, and infrastructure, and in getting small businesses up and running again.
Take it from me. When you're in the trenches, you want Joe Biden right there next to you.
When I wanted to marry the man I loved, Joe Biden was the first national figure to support me and my family.
Appreciate you, man.
When the auto industry was going under, Joe stuck his neck out to protect it and helped save 1.5 million auto jobs.
When our economy was on the brink, Joe led the recovery effort that created millions of jobs, including here in Western Pennsylvania. Under his leadership, America bounced back with the longest economic expansion in history.
You know, the one Trump brags about creating?
That's what happens when Joe Biden is in your corner. Working families get a fair shot.
He understands that leadership means fighting for the people who built this country. All of you.
All of us. This nation belongs to all of us. And in every election, we choose how we will create a more perfect union. Not by taking sides, but by taking stock of where we are and what we need. This year's choice could not be more clear. America faces a triple threat: a public health catastrophe, an economic collapse, and a reckoning with racial justice and inequality. So our choice is clear: a steady, experienced public servant who can lead us out of this crisis just like he's done before, or a man who only knows how to deny and distract, a leader who cares about our families, or a president who only cares about himself. We know Joe Biden. America, we need Joe Biden. To make your voice heard, text VOTE to 30330. In a democracy, we do not elect saviors. We cast our ballots for those who see our struggles and pledge to serve, who hear our dreams and work to make them real, who defend our way of life by protecting our right to vote. Faced with a president of cowardice, Joe Biden is a man of proven courage. He will restore our moral compass by confronting our challenges, not by hiding from them or undermining our elections to keep his job. In a time of voter suppression at home and authoritarians abroad, Joe Biden will be a champion for free and fair elections, for a public health system that keeps us safe, for an economy that we build back better than before, and for accountability and integrity in our system of justice. We stand with Joe Biden because this isn't just about defeating Donald Trump. We are in this to win for America. So let's get it done.
Hello, I'm Tracy Ellis Ross, and how exciting to hear from young elected leaders from across the country. A perfect way to begin night 2 of the Democratic National Convention, Uniting America. Tonight is all about leadership. This unprecedented moment calls for leadership, steady, inclusive leadership, driven by people who understand that our democracy is based on the value of each and every one of us being treated with dignity and respect. Leaders who respond to the needs of hardworking Americans who, right this minute, are unable to pay rent, put food on the table, and keep their loved ones safe. As a Black woman, I find myself at a crucial intersection in American politics. For far too long, Black female leadership in this country has been utilized without being acknowledged or valued. But we are turning the tide. Hello, Kamala. Her nomination is historic for anyone who believes in we the people. Like Senator Harris and many we saw in the keynote, today's leaders emerge from communities that have long been underrepresented. They're charting new paths in the spirit of Shirley Chisholm, Charlotta Bass, Fannie Lou Hamer, and John Lewis. They get in good trouble, necessary trouble. They call things out otherwise ignored, elevating our nation and changing the course of our lives for the better. With every vote we cast for forward-thinking, honest leaders, we chip away at ingrained systems of inequity, and we bend the arc of justice. True leaders make sure that policy is informed by all of us, bridging our burdened past to a safe, equitable, and even joyful future. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are that bridge, heeding voices from within the movement for racial justice, listening to the people, and acting with empathy and compassion to reflect our shared humanity. Tonight, we'll hear from a number of American leaders, including former acting U.S. Attorney General Sally Yates, who refused to defend an unconstitutional travel ban and paid for it with her job.
The threat to this nation, to our democracy, is real. It's clear and it's present. You've watched the president now for 3 years. Look at what he's doing. Instilling fear. I mean, not joking. Instilling fear. Sowing division. Stroking racial division. Undercutting every institution that was designed to check the abuse of power by the president or anyone else. All this for what reason? All this in order to solidify his base and expand his power.
Good evening. I'm Sally Yates. Speaking at a political convention is something I never expected to be doing, but the future of our democracy is at stake. I'm here in my hometown of Atlanta, where as a young lawyer, I joined our nation's Justice Department. For nearly 30 years, through Democratic and Republican administrations, I worked alongside my DOJ colleagues to advance our nation's promise of equal justice. I served as Deputy Attorney General in the Obama-Biden administration and stayed on as Acting Attorney General for the Trump transition. Then, 10 days in, I was fired for refusing to defend President Trump's shameful and unlawful Muslim travel ban. That was the start of his relentless attacks on our democratic institutions and countless dedicated public servants. Like me, these officials didn't swear an oath to a person or a party. Public servants promised to defend our Constitution, uphold our laws, and work on behalf of the American people. But from the moment President Trump took office, he's used his position to benefit himself rather than our country. He's trampled the rule of law, trying to weaponize our Justice Department to attack his enemies and protect his friends. Rather than standing up to Vladimir Putin, he fawns over a dictator who is still trying to interfere in our elections. He's even trying to sabotage our postal service to keep people from being able to vote. His constant attacks on the FBI, the free press, inspectors general, federal judges, they all have one purpose: to remove any check on his abuse of power. Put simply, he treats our country like it's his family business, this time bankrupting our nation's moral authority at home and abroad. But our country doesn't belong to him. It belongs to all of us. Joe Biden embraces that. He has spent his entire life putting our country first. He has never backed down from a challenge or a bully. He summons the best in us and lives by the values that define us as Americans: service, integrity, courage, compassion. There are countless stories of Joe Biden reaching out to someone in their moment of need. Well, this is our country's moment of need. We need a president who respects our laws and the privilege of public service, who reflects our values and cares about our people. We need a president who will restore the soul of America. We need Joe Biden.
Over the last 4 years, we have experienced failed leadership under Donald J. Trump.
We've had to deal with this insanity.
I've watched our country deteriorate.
The cover-ups, the lying, the favoritism.
The disregard for the Constitution.
Donald Trump has failed America. It is time for us to reclaim our constitutional and democratic values.
We need to prove to the world, and most importantly, prove to ourselves that we are better than this.
We need an experienced leader. A leader that has passion, integrity, and strategic leadership skills.
And his name is Joe Biden.
Joe Biden. Joe Biden is that leader.
And he really wants the best for this country.
He understands and respects our democracy, the rule of law, and the U.S. Constitution.
He will move toward creating a more perfect union.
Hi. Hi, this is Senator Chuck Schumer, Democratic leader from my hometown, Brooklyn, New York. Behind me is a sight I see out of my window every night, the Statue of Liberty, the same sight that greeted hopeful immigrants like my grandparents, a symbol of freedom and a beacon of hope to the world. Today, Donald Trump has divided our country, diminished our greatness, and demeaned everything that this statue represents. He even hid in a bunker as Americans were tear-gassed and beaten. Millions are jobless. 170,000 Americans have died from COVID. And Donald Trump says it is what it is. Presidents should never say it is what it is. President Lincoln, honoring the great sacrifice at Gettysburg, didn't say it is what it is. President Roosevelt, seeing a third of the nation ill-housed, ill-clad, and ill-nourished, didn't say it is what it is. America, Donald Trump has quit on you. We need a president with dignity, integrity, and the experience to lead us out of this crisis. A man with a steady hand and a big heart who will never, ever quit on America. That man is my friend, Joe Biden. He will be a great president. But if we're going to win this battle for the soul of our nation, Joe can't do it alone. Democrats must take back the Senate. We will stay united, from Sanders and Warren to Manchin and Warner. And with our unity, we will bring bold and dramatic change to our country. Let me tell you some of the things we do. With President Biden, Vice President Harris, and a Democratic majority, we will make health care affordable for all. We'll undo the vicious inequality of income and wealth that has plagued America for far too long, and we'll take strong, decisive action to combat climate change and save the planet. We will protect voting rights, fight systemic racism in the criminal justice system and in our economy, and restore a Supreme Court that looks out for people, not corporations. We'll rebuild our infrastructure and make sure every home, from inner city to rural America, has broadband. We will save the post office and once and for all defeat COVID-19, this evil disease. And, beckoned by the lady behind us, we will reform our immigration system so that immigrants yearning to breathe free will at last become American citizens. Together, we can reignite the hope once felt by millions of men and women, huddled masses on creaking ships, who glimpsed this mighty woman with her torch, knowing they could build a better life here in America. And out of this long national nightmare, America will finally awaken to a brighter future and a new day.
Senator Chuck Schumer reminding us that leadership requires integrity and accountability. Real leaders don't ask what we can do for them, they ask what they can do for us. In a minute, we will hear from two former presidents, and they're going to speak to that. But first, here are Caroline Kennedy and her son, Jack Schlossberg.
60 years ago, in a crowded LA stadium, my father accepted the Democratic nomination for president. He challenged Americans to look to the future and join him on a journey toward a new frontier.
It was a call to the young at heart, regardless of age or party. Times have changed, but the themes of my grandfather's speech, courage, unity, and patriotism, are as important today as they were in 1960. And once again, we need a leader who believes America's best days are yet to come. We need Joe Biden.
I've admired Joe Biden since I was a Senate intern in 1974. He shared my Uncle Teddy's commitment to civil rights, women's rights, and working families. He was a senator who cared, who led, who inspired. That's why I helped choose him to be Barack Obama's running mate in 2008. When I was U.S. ambassador to Japan, I got to see Vice President Biden in action. He stepped off Air Force Two wearing his aviator glasses and a big smile, radiating American optimism and generosity. I saw a leader who was tough but fair, who commanded the trust and respect of other nations, and who always put America's interests first. Joe Biden's lifetime of public service reflects his unwavering commitment to our highest ideals.
In this election, our future is on the ballot. For my generation, it will define the rest of our lives. We need to tackle climate change. We need to end systemic racial injustice. We need to make healthcare available for everybody, and we need to rebuild an economy that helps working families. We can do this. We can reach these new frontiers, but only with a president who asks what he can do for our country and what together we can do to build a better world. It's up to us. Let's get it done. Let's elect Joe Biden, the next president of the United States.
It's a great pleasure for Jimmy and me to join you in celebrating our next president of the United States, Joe Biden. We've known and admired Joe and Jill for many years, and most recently, I've worked with them on tackling the demands faced by the more than 53 million unpaid caregivers in our country who are juggling work and other family responsibilities and putting their own physical and mental health and well-being at risk. Joe knows well, too well, the sorrows and struggles of being a family caregiver. From Joe's time as a young widower, thrust into single parenthood with a demanding job, to he and Jill caring for their own parents and their son Bo at the end of their lives. He knows caregiving is hard, even on the good days. Jill and I also know the challenges of caregiving for those who served in the military and returned with visible and invisible wounds. And we know those caregivers need a leader in the White House. Jimmy and I are voting for Joe because he recognizes the challenges facing our families and has the heart and the talent to make life better for all Americans.
When I ran for president in 1976, Joe Biden was my first and most effective supporter in the Senate. For decades, he has been my loyal and dedicated friend. Joe has the experience, character, and decency to bring us together and restore America's greatness. We deserve a person with integrity and judgment, someone who is honest and fair, someone who is committed to what is best for the American people. Joe is that kind of leader, and he is the right person for this moment in our nation's history. He understands that honesty and dignity are essential traits that determine not only our vision, but our actions. More than ever, that's what we need. During these uncertain times, Joe Biden realizes that many American lives can be saved each day through the use of masks and testing as recommended by our medical experts. Joe Biden must be our next president.
Good evening. A presidential election is the world's most important job interview. At the end, we hire a leader to help us solve problems, create opportunities, and give our kids better tomorrows. That's a tall order this year, with the COVID-19 outbreak on a path to killing 200,000 people and destroying millions of jobs and small businesses. How did Donald Trump respond? At first, he said the virus was under control and would soon disappear. When it didn't, he was on TV every day bragging on what a great job he was doing, while our scientists waited to give us vital information. When he didn't like the expert advice he was given, he ignored it. Only when COVID exploded in even more states did he encourage people to wear masks. By then, many more were dying. When asked about the surge in deaths, he shrugged and said, "It is what it is." But did it have to be this way? No. COVID hit us much harder than it had to. We have just 4% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's COVID cases. Our unemployment rate is more than twice as high as South Korea's, 2.5 times the United Kingdom's, more than 3 times Japan's. Donald Trump says we're leading the world. Well, we are the only major industrial economy to have its unemployment rate tripled. At a time like this, the Oval Office should be a command center. Instead, it's a storm center. There's only chaos. Just one thing never changes: his determination to deny responsibility and shift the blame. The buck never stops there. Now you have to decide whether to renew his contract or hire someone else. If you want a president who defines the job as spending hours a day watching TV and zapping people on social media, he's your man. Denying, distracting, and demeaning works great if you're trying to entertain or inflame. But in a real crisis, it collapses like a house of cards. COVID just doesn't respond to any of that. To beat it, you've got to actually go to work and deal with the facts. Our party is united in offering you a very different choice: a go-to-work president, a down-to-earth, get-the-job-done guy, a man with a mission to take responsibility, not shift the blame, concentrate, not distract, unite, not divide. Our choice is Joe Biden. Joe helped bring us back from a recession before, and he can do it again. In 2009, Barack Obama and Joe Biden started with the worst economy since the Great Depression. And when they were done, they delivered more than 6 straight years of job growth. What did Joe do? He accepted responsibility for implementing the Recovery Act. His work created a lot of new jobs and started many new companies in communities across our country. Now Joe's committed to building America back again. How? He's given us smart, detailed plans to invest in areas vital to our future: innovative financing for modern factories and small businesses, good jobs in green energy and conservation to combat climate change, a modern infrastructure that brings small town and rural America the connectivity and investment others take for granted, and a plan to ensure that Black Americans, Latino Americans, Native Americans, women, immigrants, and other communities left behind are full participants in our economy and our society. Joe Biden wants to build an economy far better suited to our changing world. Better for young people, better for families working and raising their kids, better for people who lost jobs and need new ones, better for farmers tired of being collateral damage in trade wars, better for workers caring for the sick, elderly, and people with disabilities, better because of a living wage and access to affordable higher education and health care, including prescription drugs, and to child care, a secure retirement, and for the first time, paid family and medical leave. Joe won't just put his signature on a check and try to fool you into thinking it came from him. He'll work to make sure that your paycheck reflects your contribution to and your stake in a growing economy. In this job interview, the difference is stark. You know what Donald Trump will do with 4 more years: blame, bully, and belittle. And you know what Joe Biden will do: build back better. It's Trump's us versus them America against Joe Biden's America, where we all live and work together. It's a clear choice. The future of our country is riding on it. Thank you.
It's time to call the roll and officially nominate the Democratic candidate for President of the United States. But this year, for the first time, the roll call is heading out to all 57 states and territories, places that showcase our nation's natural beauty, places where people are working together to secure a better future for our country, and places that are working to rebuild and recover, like Iowa, where thousands have been left homeless and hundreds of thousands have been left without power in the wake of last week's terrible storm. Our hearts are with you, Iowa. There's so much going on right now. Tonight, we come together to nominate a candidate who will fight for all of us. The convention delegates will do the official nominating, but you can join them in supporting Joe Biden. Text JOIN to 30330 to get involved. And now, the chair of the Democratic National Committee, Tom Perez.
It's great to be here in Milwaukee, a proud union town whose grit and character reflect the resilience of our party and our country. There's no doubt these last few months have been tough, but good leadership means being able to adapt to any situation. And I want to thank the people of Milwaukee for being such gracious and flexible hosts. It's also great to be back in Wisconsin, where I was lucky enough to marry my wife, Anne Marie, a little more than 3 decades ago. The progressive movement has deep roots here. And since today is the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment's ratification, we should point out that Wisconsin was the first state to ratify it. What's more, in its one-word motto, forward, Wisconsin captures something so important about America. The way that no matter what challenges today brings, we always believe a better future is possible. That's what my parents believed when they emigrated to this country nearly a century ago, fleeing the iron fist of a brutal dictator in the Dominican Republic. This nation welcomed them with compassion, and they quickly learned that their hope of building a better life through hard work was shared by generations of Americans. Indeed, every American story is a story about that hope, that sense of possibility. It's what unites us, defines us, and it's what sustains us now. We will work to meet our extraordinary challenges because progress is made by the hopeful, not the cynical. And we will do that work together because movements are built by the many, not the few. And as you watch tonight's decidedly unconventional roll call and reflect on the diversity of our nation, remember, you too are part of the American story. And no matter where you come from, or where you're watching from tonight, you have a place in Joe Biden's Democratic Party.
Delegates and distinguished guests, under our procedural rules, 2 Democratic candidates submitted nominating documents to our convention secretary for the office of President of the United States, Senator Bernie Sanders and Vice President Joe Biden. As such, each candidate has provided names of individuals who will make nominating and seconding speeches on their behalf. We will begin with nominating and seconding speeches for Senator Sanders. Speaking on his behalf will be 2 progressive champions, Bob King and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
I'm Bob King. As a proud union member and former president of a great American union, the UAW, I am honored to nominate Bernie Sanders for president. For decades, Bernie has led the fight for working families, fighting for workers' rights to organize unions and collectively bargain. In a time of enormous inequality, he understands that we must confront large corporations which have far too much control over our economy and our politics. Bernie believes health care is a human right and should not be contingent on a job. He knows we can rebuild our crumbling infrastructure by creating millions of good-paying union jobs while combating climate change. Bernie's moral clarity has emboldened the Democratic Party's fight for justice. The grassroots energy of his supporters has cemented important advances in our platform. Bernie will continue to lead a movement that helps defeat Trump and delivers transformational change. I'm excited to place into nomination the name of a great champion of the working class, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Good evening, bienvenidos, and thank you to everyone here today endeavoring towards a better, more just future for our country and our world. In fidelity and gratitude to a mass people's movement working to establish 21st century social, economic, and human rights, including guaranteed health care, higher education, living wages, and labor rights for all people in the United States. A movement striving to recognize and repair the wounds of racial injustice, colonization, misogyny, and homophobia, and to propose and build reimagined systems of immigration and foreign policy that turn away from the violence and xenophobia of our past. A movement that realizes the unsustainable brutality of an economy that rewards explosive inequalities of wealth for the few at the expense of long-term stability for the many, and who organized a historic grassroots campaign to reclaim our democracy. In a time when millions of people in the United States are looking for deep, systemic solutions to our crises of mass evictions, unemployment, and lack of health care, en el espíritu del pueblo and out of a love for all people, I hereby second the nomination of Senator Bernard Sanders of Vermont for President of the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. King and Representative Ocasio-Cortez. We now turn to nominating and seconding speeches for Vice President Biden. In a moment, we'll hear from Senator Chris Coons, who holds the Delaware Senate seat once held by the Vice President, and Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester, my colleague in the House. But first, we'll hear from Jacqueline Asby, a working American who met Joe Biden in a most unexpected place, the elevator where she worked.
I take powerful people up on my elevator all the time. When they get off, they go to their important meetings. Me, I just head back to the lobby. But in the short time I spent with Joe Biden, I could tell he really saw me, that he actually cared, that my life meant something to him. And I knew, even when he went into his important meeting, he'd take my story in there with him. That's because Joe Biden has room in his heart for more than just himself. We've been through a lot, and we have tough days ahead. But nominating someone like that to be in the White House is a good place to start. That's why I nominate my friend, Joe Biden, as the next president of the United States.
I'm Senator Chris Coons from Delaware, a small state where people expect to see their senators, and even sometimes their vice president, at the supermarket, at a church festival, out in their community. Joe fights for us because he knows our struggles and hopes. He knows the pain of loss and the worries of working parents. And he's always brought that same personal concern he showed for Jacqueline to getting things done as our senator and then as President Obama's vice president. Joe's tackled gun violence and climate change. He stood up to dictators and supported our troops. He led the recovery effort after the last recession and delivered on a promise to make our healthcare system fairer and stronger. Through it all, Joe Biden's never forgotten where he's from. He's been sustained by his faith and his family through the toughest of times, and he has the heart and the compassion for this moment. For all of these reasons and more, it's my honor to second the nomination of my good friend, Joe Biden, to be the next president of these United States.
I'm Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester. In some history class in the future, children are learning about this moment. They're learning about our pain, our grief, our worry. But they're also learning about a man named Joe Biden, about how he restored decency to our government and integrity to our democracy. They're learning about how we conquered a pandemic, stood united for racial justice, and built our economy back better than before. They're learning about how his leadership gave their generation a fighting chance. They're learning about us too, about the resolve and the unity we showed against the forces of hatred and division, about the work we will do over the next 11 weeks, and about the night when, despite our distance, we came together to nominate Joe Biden for President of the United States, a nomination I'm honored to second.
Thank you all. Pursuant to our convention rules, we'll now proceed to a roll call by states on the selection of our party's candidate for the President of the United States. Secretary Wray.
Mr. Chairman,
Coming to you live from the Wisconsin Center. It's time to begin our virtual trip around America. Our journey begins at the site of a major step forward in our national journey towards justice. Let's go to Alabama.
John Lewis marched across this bridge in 1965 to demand the right.
We are being recorded, as you know, and so here we go. My friend Dmitry Babich in Moscow, working at, where are you now?
Well, right now I'm just a political scientist, but I used to work for the major Russian newspapers such as Moscow News, and I worked for RIA Novosti news agency for a few years. And foreign viewers probably know me also as a radio man. I worked on The Voice of Russia, which later became Sputnik International, but now I'm just a political scientist, a political commentator.
Just a political commentator. I know, yep. It's a pleasure to see you, my friend. So I'm here watching the spectacle, the Democratic Convention. The work of the usual conventions is not actually being done here. The role of the conventions used to be that candidates would gather delegates through a variety of means over a period of several months or even a year leading up to the convention. Everyone would pile into this large place, a venue, and do horse trading of all kinds. There were rules that said these people have to vote for this person on the first ballot. There were others that said these people can vote whoever they want. Out of this whole mess would emerge a candidate for the party that came out of at least the processes of the party and had some claim to be a legitimate representative of the party members by doing that. The last two now, the one last time under the excuse of COVID was canceled, and there was some maneuvering in the back room that led to a Biden-Harris ticket and Biden-Harris administration. And now all of the work that was supposed to be done at the convention as a product of the primaries, in fact, has been set aside. And Harris has been nominated by unknown people, by an unknown vote, taken privately, and done in advance of the convention. So the convention is really a sort of a big celebratory event rather than a working meeting. What's it look like from the other side of the world when you're looking in here at the home of democracy, as they advertise?
We just were very impressed when Kamala Harris said to Biden, "I love you," you know. The joke here was that now that he's out of the way, everyone loves him. You know, when he was, a kind of an irritant, no one loved him. Everyone said he is dementic and it's time for him to step back. Basically, I think it would make sense here to talk about a larger phenomenon, and that is the destruction of the principle of electability in the United States and unfortunately in the world at large. There is this trend, you know. When I talk to my American friends, some of them, of course, Russian former immigrants who now develop more and more love for Russia, they told me very often that, okay, you know from the Russian media and from European media that, the ideology of liberals in the United States, ultra-liberals, is destruction of family, destruction of traditional values. Not only that, they say, there is also destruction of law or rule of law. There is destruction of economy and economic principle of free competition, and there is a destruction of electability of the principle when at least certain leaders taking decisions have to be elected. They have to be liked by the electorate, by the people whom they actually represent. Now, more and more were ruled, not only in the United States, by this idea that the boss knows better and the world should work just like one big company. And it looks more and more like a Japanese company of the 80s, or like some totalitarian company under Henry Ford or someone like him, which absolutely excludes participation of humans in taking decisions. There's usually just one or two humans who take them, and there is a very, very stringent ideology behind it. Let's not deceive ourselves. I think it's clear that certainly Biden and Harris are not the best. Certainly the United States has to offer a lot of better people. And even if we take the so-called leftists, the so-called left liberal trend in American policy, there are lots of smart people there who make a much better impression than Kamala Harris. I mean, Josh Shapiro is obviously not a stupid man. There were other people from other states. There was Gavin Newsom, after all. But this is the way totalitarian system, totalitarian ideology works. Since it denies competition, since it establishes monopoly in convictions, there is nothing better than liberal democracy, as they understand it. There is nothing better than the economy created in the United States by Bill Clinton. There is no better media than the media ruled by 5 big companies, as Bill Clinton established it in the 90s. So if there is no competition of ideologies, why should there be a competition in economy? And why should there be competition in who becomes the candidate of the Democratic Party at the elections? Isn't it better just to leave it to artificial intelligence or to very, very smart people who represent ultra-liberal ideology? They will choose the best candidate for you, and you just follow the orders. So in that sense, I think Democratic Convention doesn't make more sense than the so-called congresses of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union under Brezhnev. Under Khrushchev and under Stalin, they still made sense. There was the 20th Congress when Stalin's cult was criticized. But under Brezhnev, they made absolutely no sense. It was just a waste of money. The same story here. I don't hear you, my friend. I don't know why.
I muted my microphone. I'm sorry.
Okay, please restart.
You've been using the term totalitarian in our conversations for more than 10 years now. I remember around the time of the Maidan, even in the critique of the society, how this all-encompassing ideological framework. You say that there's nothing better than this neoliberalism or whatever, but in fact, the way they treat it almost is there's nothing else other than this is the only ideology, not just the only correct one, and that doesn't leave a lot of room for self-reflection, self-criticism, reevaluation. When you try something and it doesn't work, if you cannot make a mistake, then there's nothing wrong. And the Soviet Union, perhaps also the model of a factory by Henry Ford, these are perfect examples of where these things lead, ultimately just to collapse of its own weight. How do they find their way out of this and without taking all of us with them?
I use the term totalitarian because this is the only way I can explain the destructive ways of these people. I mean, take the Ukrainian crisis. If only they didn't do anything, if only they left Yanukovych in peace with the rest of Ukraine in 2014, 2013, there would be no war. There would be development. Okay, maybe there would be some corruption and Ukrainians would keep saying, and the Americans would keep saying that this is business as usual. Well, it's better business as usual than first a terrible civil war in Ukraine and then a civil war with the participation of Russia.
Yeah.
and I can't explain it by economic consideration. Some people say, oh, just some people feel their pockets. Who feels his or her pockets? Very few people. And ultimately, they are also the losers. I mean, because of the war in Ukraine, Ukraine became poorer. Russia became poorer because of the sanctions. The American businessmen who invested billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions in Russia and Ukraine, they became poorer. The American state became poorer. It's a lose-lose situation for everyone. The same story in internal US politics. Who is served by Kamala Harris? What have we heard from her during these 4 years when she was in charge? She had a number of opportunities to demonstrate her skills. Okay, there's immigration policy. There is, you are a prosecutor. Okay, do something with the legal system. Do something with the prison system, you know.
Right.
Do something, suggest something in foreign policy. Nothing, you know. We had nothing from her. So totalitarianism is the only way how I can explain it. Because if you look at the motives of people who do it and who destroy relations between countries, who destroy American traditions, the only entity that gains something from this is this ultra-liberal Vogue ideology. Because they say, okay, there is a war, but Russia becomes weaker, Putin becomes weaker, that's fine, that will make the world a better place. Okay, we're destroying the American economy. Yeah, people are getting poorer, but Trump is no longer so popular. You know, our people, Kamala and Joe, are still heroes. There is immigration, you know, there are people spilling over the southern border. That's terrible on the one hand, it's fine on the other, they will probably vote for the Democrats. So this ideology, it is totalitarian because it is stupid, it is self-serving, and the problem is that it embodies certain old dreams of some very good people, but these old dreams became absolutely irrelevant today. I mean, in the 60s, people were dreaming of equal rights for gays and straight men. And that's a good dream. That's a fine dream. Just don't make it, don't make it primitive, you know. Don't make it all encompassing.
Yeah.
The same story with feminism. It's an absolutely noble, great idea. Just don't do it the corporate way, you know. When talking about destruction of discrimination, they actually force women to work at the jobs which were usually for men because they were dirty and required a lot of physical labor, a lot of physical effort. Provide the kindergartens, just like we have in Russia, free kindergartens. The United States is a country tens of times richer than Russia, and it cannot provide the kindergartens. With that huge feminist movement, obviously that feminist movement is doing something else. It's not supporting family women. It's supporting the corporations that want women to be lonely and to make so-called careers working for them 16 hours a day. So it's a sad story, you know, the history of the Democratic Party and the state to which it has been reduced now.
Yeah, it's a sad story for the people that have to live those lives too. The the safe spaces that have been carved out for people is sort of in tandem with the assigned roles that they received in the society. The safe space was taken away as a part of the remedy, and the remedy never really implemented. Where women were making 70% or 60% of men's wages for the same or a comparable job, say 20 or 30 years ago, now everyone's making 60 or 70% of what they made before.
But there is no discrimination.
Yeah.
Everyone is unhappy, right? Everyone is exploited. So there is no discrimination.
Yep. Yeah, the solution to the problem of inequality was lowest common denominator instead of instead of prosperity, instead of sharing.
True.
Well, I mean, this rests on the basis of the, among other things, the political power of the working people here, the middle class and working classes, to be able to make the government make policy that will advance their economic interests and other interests. And it seems that the events like I'm witnessing this week, I can't imagine a more impotent class of people than the working class in the United States.
It's true. Basically, I think our listeners understand how it works with the so-called discrimination of women. They're talking about discrimination in order to let women take men's jobs so that there would be more competition. They want to double the number of working hands. Yeah. And when you double the number of candidates for a certain job, it means that the wage gets lower because there are more people who want to take it, right?
That's right. That's right.
So the same story everywhere. And the terrible populism, absolutely totalitarian populism of Kamala, you know, when she talks about controlling the prices.
Yeah.
This is typical. Hitler talked about controlling the prices and lowering the taxes. You know, in the Soviet Union, in the worst times, this was the worst kind of populist rhetoric from Joseph Stalin. You know, when he actually veered off the real socialist way, he kept saying, "But I control the prices. The prices stay the same for decades, and they stayed the same for decades in the Soviet Union. The problem was that no one wanted to sell goods for these prices, so there were huge lines, there were huge deficits, and these lines, which Western people made fun of under Gorbachev, they were the result of that price policy. You know, the state artificially lowered the prices, and it put in jail the salespeople who wanted to sell things for their true worth, for the real price. So basically, what we hear from Kamala Harris is just pathetic. It's not professional. It's not scientific. It's not scientific from an economic point of view. It's not scientific from a legal point of view. And the problem is that we need right now someone in the United States, someone who would help to veer away from the precipice, because we are moving towards the precipice. You know, the idea which Western leaders keep repeating: we cannot allow Ukraine to lose. We must give Ukraine weapons, I quote, as long as it takes. As long as it takes us where? To the nuclear war? To the disaster? And the situation in Russia, I mean, they celebrate the fact that Zelensky's army has crossed into Russian territory, and they say that this will somehow improve Ukraine's negotiating positions. Come on, you know, Putin and Russia, we will not trade Crimea with its Russian people for the occupied part of Kursk region with other Russian people. You know, some people in the United States might imagine that you can buy and sell and exchange land, like Donald Trump wanted to buy Greenland, right, from Norway, as far as from Denmark, I don't remember.
Yeah.
It doesn't work that way in Russia or in Eurasia. There, the land, you know, the territory has a sacred meaning. There was no frontier that passed there. Oh, that frontier passed 1,600 years ago, you know. The same people have been living there, mostly Slavs, for all of these 1,600 years. So people who suggest some kind of exchange between Zelensky and Russia, they just don't understand how things work here. They don't understand that by his incursion, Zelensky made negotiations impossible, at least in the near future. Russia will not agree to have negotiations. And I must tell you, it is an omen, or it is a sign of the coming victory of Russia, for a very simple reason. Some people compare this war to the Finnish War of 1939-1940. I don't like that comparison because in 1939-1940, Stalin attacked Finland almost for no reason at all, except its ties to Nazi Germany, which were not yet not yet without alternative in 1939. And that's why we basically were not successful with that war, because Soviet soldiers did not understand why should we go to Helsinki to free Finnish workers from Finnish capitalists. Why don't Finnish workers do it themselves? You know, that's why we were not successful, particularly successful. But when in 1941 Finland allied itself to Hitler and Russian territory was attacked from the territory of Finland by the Germans and by the Finns, then suddenly Russians started to fight much better. They started to defend Leningrad because it was our territory. In the same way now, I'm sure there will be more people volunteering for the army because of what happened to Kursk region. We are now defending our land. Kursk region and Belgorod region, these are 5 million people. It's almost like all of the disputed Donbas area. So they will provide enough volunteers to defeat Zelensky. So in all ways, it's a new and very dangerous situation. But Kamala Harris keeps laughing. It's so nice to see someone who can burst out laughing every minute, you know, and that's what she is, right? I'm worried by this laugh. This laugh doesn't make me happy. It doesn't calm me down.
It makes me very nervous.
Exactly.
I guess what I'd like to know is while you're looking over here at all of this, what are you hearing around you there with the other people that are looking at it from Moscow, looking at what's happening in the United States now?
Well, you know, everyone is a specialist on the United States in the world. It's so easy, you know. So many people speak English, and because of
everywhere,
we all have more or less idea of what the U.S. presidential system is. Blah, blah, blah. So you can see specialists on the United States on every corner in Russia. And there is, of course, it used to be a lot of idealization in the 80s and in the 90s. Now there's a lot of demonization. I think what we face in the United States, it's not some diabolic transgression. It's not some terrible new epoch. It's a totalitarian ideology that unfortunately won, not only in the United States, but also in France, also in the UK. In the UK, misogyny is declared an extremist activity. It's declared a crime. Misogyny is a crime. It's no longer a wrong view of things. It's no longer a wrong opinion. It's a crime. In France, we had this opening of the Olympic Games, which somehow happened to insult just about every religion in the world. Do you think it's all coincidental? Do you think it's coincidental that there's a lot of reports about that in Russia? All kinds of perverts are coming to this conference of Democrats, and people are suggested free vasectomy here, you know, to become unable to produce children. All of that scares people off. To my opinion, it's just you know, it's a wrong ideology, and the problem is that it's totalitarian. It doesn't tolerate any other views. It says that it's the only progressive one.
Right.
You can only be as progressive as Biden. You cannot be better. Isn't that awful? You know. And the problem is that the alternative is also terrible, because Donald Trump is just average. In the eyes of Russians, he is an average American nationalist. And did you notice he keeps saying the same things, you know? In Russia, even Brezhnev did not say the same things so many times as Trump does, you know? He keeps saying, I can get along with Putin. How many times did we hear that? I think in the last 10 years, at least 5,000 times. I will stop the war 24 hours after I enter the Oval Office. We heard it before, I think, right?
Yeah.
He can't invent anything new, you know. There are no new ideas. Just that kind of, you know, self-advertising 24/7. The same story with Kamala Harris. We see this smile. It's like a Cheshire cat. It smiles. But what is behind that smiles? Are there any ideas? Are there any political new forces that would make the country progress? There's nothing behind it.
Yeah, they're like thought fractals or I don't know, concept fractals or something. There's the kernel of something in there. I don't quite know what it is, but people hear it and it massages their brain to think they've heard something when they actually haven't heard anything.
Yeah. But, you know, from my experience, I traveled to many countries and I try to live the life of Russians, live the life of Poles, for some time, live the life of Germans, live the life. There are two things that may actually make people poor. First, this is monopoly on anything. Economic monopoly or monopoly on ideology, or monopoly on, I don't know, certain view of science, you know. And the second thing is when private property is confiscated without legal due process. And that now happened to a lot of people from Russia, not necessarily rich ones. They just seize your assets abroad because you are Russian. Today they do it to Russians. Tomorrow they will do it to Chinese. The day after tomorrow they will do it to Americans. And this kills the initiative. People stop working in two situations. First, if it's not allowed to work the way you want because there's a monopoly. And second, when everything you earn can be taken away from you. Why the hell work?
What's the point?
If you can take it away. For the good of society. You know?
Yeah, that's a real motivator.
Waging a war for freedom in Ukraine, you know, $60 billion this spring alone, right? And for the survival of Israel, you know, they keep taking your money away from you, and that kills initiative. It's not just, the problem is not just, you know, high taxes. The problem is that people are kind of put at a disadvantage. They are forced to become lazy because if you can't improve your life by working efforts, you stop making working efforts.
Yeah, you're getting paid the salary of a lazy person. Might as well do the job.
Exactly.
Dmitry, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the chance to speak with you, my friend. I look forward to speaking with you again sometime soon.
Thank you, my friend, and don't stay too long at that conference. Just, you know, return to real life. You know.
Really, thank you. That's the issue, buddy. Take care.
And have a good time. Where is it? Is it in Chicago?
Chicago, yeah, downtown. Yep.
Is it a nice place, or is it the way I was told it became?
Where I'm staying downtown by the theater district. The convention is nearby, but I'm not.
A lifetime later, civil rights and voting rights remain America's great, unfinished business. But those who walked this path before us showed us the way forward. If we want to honor John Lewis's incredible life, let's restore the Voting Rights Act and ensure that our democracy belongs to all Americans. Alabama casts 8 votes for Bernie Sanders, and the great state of Alabama casts 52 votes for our next president of these United States, Joe Biden.
No sugar. Here, take my cream.
Alaska.
The waters we rely on to feed our families and make a living are threatened by climate change. When Joe Biden was vice president, he and President Obama made sure Alaska's tribes had a say on how these waters were managed. Donald Trump took it away. We must elect a president who will respect our voices, protect our waters, and address climate change. Alaska cast 7 votes for Bernie Sanders and 12 votes for the next president, Joe Biden.
American Samoa.
Joe Biden honors our service, and we trust him to support our community. As Vice President, he helped expand rural infrastructure to communities like ours, broadening our economic capacity. As President, he will continue to strengthen rural America, from New England to the Pacific.
On behalf of the Governor Lolo Matalasi Molinga and the American Samoa Democratic Party, we proudly cast 11 votes for our next President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
Arizona.
As a middle school teacher, I know that public educators are doing everything they can to make sure our students have quality learning experiences this fall. As a mother of a high school freshman, I know that it's far from perfect. As an NEA union organizer, I'll fight to make sure that it's scientists, parents, and educators that decide when it's safe to go back to school, not politicians. As an Arizona Latina, I proudly cast our votes, 29 for Bernie Sanders and 51 for our next president, Joe Biden.
Arkansas.
Feeding people is an act of love, and I think we all can use a little extra love these days. So we took our food trucks out into the community to deliver meals made right here at the Clinton Presidential Center for our neighbors in need. Even when our leaders let us down, America kept looking out for each other. Arkansas cast 9 votes for Bernie Sanders and 27 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
California.
Okay, I wonder if this is working, how the audio is doing. Let's find out. Testing 1, 2. Yes, indeed. Hello out there in TV land. This is Don DeBar. I am in downtown Chicago with a group of my friends, colleagues, and other characters. We're bringing you media from the DNC, Democratic National Convention. We started yesterday. We'll be here through Thursday. And we're going to be chatting with some folks here in the studio as we assemble the studio behind us. In the interim, we've been playing some clips from the virtual Democratic National Convention that was held 4 years ago in various basements in Washington and elsewhere, including Joe Biden's basement, Kamala Harris's undisclosed location that she inherited from Dick Cheney, apparently, Barack Obama's place up on Martha's Vineyard, and elsewhere. We're going to bring you some more clips from those things. And then we're going to go to here's the stage here, where we're going to be speaking with you from in a short period of time. So stick around. Let's see, we'll do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do... No, let's do this. We're going to give you Dan Kovalik.
Just Dan Kovalik by telling us what you'd most like people to understand about your book. We have this book right here, The Case for Palestine, why it matters and why you should care.
Yeah, well, I think the main reason I wrote the book is to explain, frankly, to a mainstream American audience that what's happening in Gaza, this genocide that's happening in Gaza, the conflict in Gaza, didn't start on October 7th. Right, this has been ongoing as far back as 1948 with the Nakba, in which 750,000 Palestinians were forcibly displaced by Israeli militants, gangs in many cases, and even before that with the Balfour Declaration of 1917. And Americans have not been taught about that history. In fact, they've been willfully encouraged not to even look into that history. Palestinians have largely, as you know, and been made invisible on purpose. And you know, that goes back to the myth that the Israelis had of the land without a people for a people without a land. So the whole idea was they moved to historic Palestine, but there weren't any Palestinians there.
Right.
And they now are making that a reality. Right now they're making it a reality that there won't be Palestinians left, and there won't even be a memory of them left. And that's why I wrote this book.
And you just came back from Egypt. Tell us about your trip to Egypt.
Yes, I was on a delegation to Egypt with some lawyers and also some trauma experts. We were taking testimony from Palestinian evacuees from Gaza about the crimes that they suffered in Gaza at the hands of the Israelis. People should know that Egypt now has about 100,000 evacuees from Gaza.
Since October 7th?
Yes.
Okay.
And these folks, what most people don't know is almost all these folks had to pay about $5,000 to $6,000 per adult, $1,000 per child to come into Egypt. And they paid it to a company owned by the son of President Sisi, right? It was very corrupt. Now, I don't want to totally, criticize
Egypt because at least they took them in. But these folks can't put their kids in school, they can't work, they don't have resident status, so they can't travel. It's a very tough life for them, obviously better than what it was in Gaza. And the point is, we went there to talk to people about the atrocities they suffered in Gaza, which are absolutely horrific.
And the main thing you had to be able to get out was this $5,000 or $1,000 per child. I know someone who got out, someone I was in touch with on Facebook, who was trying to get out because he had shrapnel in his body.
Right.
Did you have to be wounded, or was
To
there
go
anything
for
other than
free,
having the money?
yeah. If you had a certain medical condition that needed treatment, which you couldn't get in Gaza, which of course you can't get hardly any treatment there now because Israel's destroyed all the hospitals, or even like a cancer, or again, as you said, if you were wounded, you might be able to get in to Egypt for free. That is true. But short of that, you had to pay. Even if you were living in a tent and your area was being bombed every day, you had to come up with that money. And so many people that I know of, I have a lot of friends from Gaza now living in Egypt, including a student of mine who went to the University of Pittsburgh School of Law for years, a foreign exchange or foreign student. And they had to raise money from friends. Many of them bankrupted themselves, basically emptied all of their life savings
To get out.
to get out. And they've already lost their homes, right? They've lost generational homes that were in their families for generations, or some, and they showed me photos of these, some people who had just built brand new homes that had taken them years to build, years to save for. Those homes are gone. Now their savings are gone. Now they're in a country where they have no right to work and no right to schooling and no right to travel. These are people without a country, and that's been true for so long. The Palestinians are a people, they're the people without a land. And that's what people have to understand. And everything's been turned on its head, right? The aggressors have been made into the victims, and the victims have been made into the aggressors. And again, that's what I wanted to dispel in the book.
And are these people, are they living in like a concentration camp? Are they living in some kind of settlement where they can't move around because they don't have all these rights, they don't have resident status?
It depends. It's a great question. Now, if you're a person without means, you are living in these cinder block tenements that house only Palestinians. Only Palestinians can go in there. There's curfews. I wouldn't say it's like a prison because you can leave, and we met people who left to visit us inside, downtown Cairo. But it's a very austere life, and it's a ghetto because it's all Palestinians. And again, even me as an American, I would need special permission to visit there. And in fact, our delegation asked for permission and were denied it. So, as I said, they basically live in their own ghetto. Now, if you're a person of means, a Palestinian of means, then, and you can afford an apartment or whatever, yes, you can do that. But most of the Palestinians who came, certainly by the time they came and spent the money to cross, have nothing, and so they live in these tenements.
And is there any effort to resettle them in the West or in Africa or anywhere else? We've heard about resettlement efforts, even as outlandish as the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Right, yeah, they've talked about that.
Yeah.
Well, Israel, as you said, has thought about the Congo. They've thought about the Sinai Desert. That's their first choice.
Right.
In Egypt, of course, ironically, where the Israelites spent 40 years wandering in the desert. They want to put the Palestinians in the same desert.
Wait, you say that's their first choice? Israel's first choice is to force all these people out into the Sinai?
Into the Sinai. And in fact, they offered Sisi, and I guess to his credit, I'll get to this, to his credit, he refused this offer. And the offer from the United States, who's helping Israel with this ethnic cleansing, was, we're going to help you pay off your $185 billion in foreign debt if you build tents in the Sinai and you take in all the Palestinians from Gaza and the Sinai. And to his credit, Sisi said, we are not going to be a party to your ethnic cleansing. We're not going to do that, and he turned down the money. And so, again, when I talk about Egypt, I do want to say, they're between a rock and a hard place. They do want to provide some refuge to Palestinians in need. But they also don't want to be parties to a wholesale ethnic cleansing of 2.3 million Palestinians. So that is a difficulty. And as far as I know, no one else is taking these Palestinians. Again, once they cross into Egypt, unless they're Egyptian nationals to begin with, and some are, because as you know, Egypt was the protector, I guess, or lack of a better word, of Gaza from about 1950 to 1967. So a lot of there are a lot of Palestinians who have a mom who's Egyptian or a dad who's Egyptian or Egyptian, have some, and so they would have some more rights to try to leave somewhere if they had the money to do it. But most who have no Egyptian nationality are coming to Egypt and they're trapped there. In fact, I'll give you an example. There's a woman we met with a tragic story. So in a massacre by the Israelis in Gaza, she lost her husband and she lost her oldest son. Two of her children, her two daughters, including a 5-year-old daughter, who is now, and I saw the pictures, burned by illegal white phosphorus. That girl and her sister, this woman's daughter, who's 18, are in the hospital in Ankara, Turkey right now. While the mom is trapped in Egypt, and her two younger sons, who are not even high school age, are still in northern Gaza. She can't get her sons to Egypt, and she can't get from Egypt to Turkey to see her daughters. And again, this is the fate of so many people.
She has two daughters who were injured by white phosphorus?
At least one was injured by white phosphorus. The other one had a serious back injury. Actually, when she saved her 5-year-old sister jumping out of a building to escape the shelling in the white phosphorus. So that, that again, they're people without a country. They can't travel, and I don't know again of any of them who have the ability to leave and go anywhere else at this point.
And was there actually a proposal on the table to move the entire population of Gaza out into the Sinai?
Well, yeah, not a public one, no, but a private one, yes. Those discussions were had with Sisi. There was a plan made up by the United States and Israel to do that. Again, the U.S. and other countries would have paid to build the tents to do that, and they were willing to pay off Egypt's debts for that to happen. Those discussions happened. And we know early on that Netanyahu and other leaders were talking about removing all of them into the Sinai. And I think, again, that plan is not off the table. They would still like to do that. And who knows, if they give Egypt the right price, maybe they will take that. Though I will say that the Egyptians on the ground, including the military people and the cops, are furious at Sisi for not doing more to help the Palestinians. Egypt has legions. They have a navy. They could do something like Nasser tried to do in '73 to help the Palestinians, and they're not. And the people of Egypt are furious about this. So if he went ahead and built a desert encampment for the Palestinians in the Sinai, I think he would be overthrown. I think he would not survive that situation. So, but that's the plan. That's the hope. And at this point, short of that, they're planning on wiping out all of Gaza, and that needs to be discussed. And that raises the next issue, if I can talk about it, because we're sitting here looking at a truck for Kamala Harris. A lot of people are like, oh, you're here to protest the DNC and Kamala Harris. You must support Trump because you're going to get Trump elected. And here's my response. I don't want Trump to win. I don't want Kamala to win, right? I'm going to vote for Jill Stein, and I realize she's not going to win, okay? I realize one of the two are going to win. At the same time, I have one concern right now. That no matter who wins, whether it's Kamala or Trump, and whoever's better or worse, they won't even be inaugurated till the end of January of next year. The people of Gaza don't have till January. There's a famine now that is wiping out the population. Polio. All kinds of preventable diseases. Smallpox. There is no potable water left in Gaza. The aquifers have been destroyed. There is no way to get potable water. There is no food. I have friends still in Gaza. All you can do is pay exorbitant amounts of money. $100, for example, for a little piece of meat.
Nobody can do that. Nobody can do that.
No one can do it. And even if you could, all that means is whatever food is in there now is the food they got. No food's coming in, no water's coming in, and that's the other thing, good morning, about Egypt that you need to know. The Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza, which was the main route for humanitarian aid, has been closed by the Israelis since May 7th.
Well, there is some small amount of aid trickling in.
Not from the Rafah crossing. There's nothing.
Okay.
There's nearly no aid coming in. And in fact, if you want to, I encourage people to support the people of Gaza, but if you give to a relief agency, all they can do is get food and water that's already in Gaza to people there. There's no way to get it in. Israel has closed off every crossing. There's no way to get it in by water. You remember Biden built that ridiculous port that now is gone.
The $300 million port that
never worked.
Never worked in no time.
And will never work now.
Will never work. Yeah.
And so you have famine. You're seeing photos of emaciated babies dying. And of course, the babies that don't die, if they're lucky not to die, they're going to have permanent brain damage because of the lack of nutrition. You have the most maimed children in any conflict known in history. You have tens of thousands of orphaned children. So now you have maimed, orphaned, starving children. Who's going to take care of these children? It is an unreal situation.
Yeah, UNRWA reported that 10 children in Gaza were having one or both legs amputated every day.
And now without anesthesia?
Without anesthesia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an incredible thing, Anna. And again, that's why we're here. That's why we're in Chicago. The protests at DNC. Again, you may say, oh, Trump's a bad guy. He's worse than Kamala. Hey, I'll stipulate to that. But the point is, this is a Democratic war. The White House is run by the Democrats. The White House is running this war. The White House is giving billions of dollars of military assistance to Israel all the time, including 2,000-pound bombs. Military experts in the U.S. say they wouldn't use 500-pound bombs in an urban setting like Gaza because all you're doing is murdering civilians. We're giving them 2,000 bombs to wipe out whole neighborhoods at once.
Yeah.
And this is Biden. This is Harris. This is what they're doing. And we have to protest them now because, again, we don't have till January to wait for some promise changed, which, by the way, probably won't come anyway.
Tell us about your trip to the West Bank.
Yes, I went to the West Bank in December, and that was, again, a couple months after October 7th, obviously. And it was my first time to Palestine. And I went into Jordan, I crossed the King Hussein Bridge into the West Bank. And it was an incredible experience. You really see, a lot of people talk about apartheid in Israel, Palestine. And you see it there. You see the walls that surround everything and everyone to separate. They're separation walls to separate the Palestinians from the Israelis. You see the checkpoints. You have to go through checkpoints if you're a Palestinian, even if you're not a Palestinian. But if you are a Palestinian and have to go through checkpoints, those are occasions to be harassed, to be imprisoned, to be raped, to be murdered by the Israelis. I'll give you a little example, again, of what life is, even under the best of circumstances. So I was there during Advent, and I wanted to go to Bethlehem, and I was staying in Ramallah. Distance between Ramallah and Bethlehem is something like 15 miles. You should be able to go there in about half an hour. It took 3 hours, because you have to go through all of the checkpoints of the Israelis or try to go around them, which I was with a guy, he's almost 80 years old, by the way. He was born before 1948. He was born in 1946. He's Jewish. Nicest guy in the world. He insisted on personally taking me to Bethlehem. He said he could get us around the checkpoints, which he did.
So this was a Jewish person native to Palestine.
Correct.
Yeah.
Who supports the Palestinians. Is actually a Fatah. He's in Fatah. So, he's an interesting guy. His name is Yuri Davis. I talk about him in the book. He was writing, by the way, in 1987, he wrote a book about Israeli apartheid. He was a very early proponent of that theory. And but the only reason we could go there at all and make it even in 3 hours and 4 hours back was because he had in his a yellow Israeli license, not the license plate, the what do you call it?
Stick.
You know, the thing on the front of your thing.
License plate.
Yeah, license plate. He had a yellow Israeli license plate. If you're Palestinian, you get a different color, and if you have that color, you can't go anywhere. If there are people who I have met in Palestine who've never been to the Al-Aqsa Mosque, who've never stepped inside Jerusalem, they're not allowed in. The Israelis can go anywhere with that special yellow license plate. And the Palestinians cannot. I mean, that is apartheid. You know, that's what we're talking about.
You have Palestinians in the West Bank who've never been able to get into Jerusalem.
Right. Yeah. And you have even Palestinians who are lucky enough to be from Jerusalem and they're therefore allowed to live in Jerusalem, travel in Jerusalem, who still can't get in the old city to see the Al-Aqsa Mosque. I mean, that's how intense the segregation is. And now, and people need to understand this, Israel really is now at full war with the West Bank. Not the same, it's not a scorched earth policy like Gaza, because it can't be because so many Israelis live there. But they are attacking the Palestinians in the West Bank with incredible force. There's now estimated to be anywhere between 10 and 20,000 Palestinians in jail. Most of those have been arrested since October 7th. Many of them have been arrested from the West Bank. And as we're learning more and more, even now from mainstream sources like the New York Times, who report on it once in a while, the treatment of these prisoners is incredible. They're being raped, they're being beaten, they're being killed. 60 prisoners have been killed in jail since October 7th, many of them having been arrested without any charges.
Tell us about the persecution of the Christian community.
Yes. Well, that's an interesting thing. Most people don't even know there's Palestinian Christians. Most people don't know that Jesus himself was Palestinian. But that's true. And there are many Palestinian Christians. There's a lot less than there used to be in historic Palestine, because most have left. And they have left not because of what Israel claims. They say, oh, Hamas scared them out. That's totally untrue. They have left because they are being persecuted, particularly in the West Bank. For example, the Church of the Nativity, which is built over the cave where Jesus was born, that was actually attacked by Israel. I mentioned that in the book. I want to say in 2008, don't hold me to the date, but it's in the book, where they shelled the Church of the Nativity. They shot people inside the Church of the Nativity. And that's a more extreme example of what's happened in the West Bank. But in Gaza, after October 7th, they actually have blown up historic, ancient Christian churches there on purpose, because they want to get rid of any remnants of the Palestinian Christian community, because that's a very inconvenient community for them. Why? Because you have so many Christian Zionists who support Israel. In fact, even Biden says he's a Christian Zionist, right? Mike Pompeo is a Christian Zionist. Mike Pence, who's vice president, is a Christian Zionist. It's very inconvenient for those people to know, oh, well, the Israelis are persecuting Christians. Many Christians, when they walk around the old city of Jerusalem, if they're seen to be a Christian, if they're wearing a cross, they will be spat upon, or their cross will be taken from their neck, right? Again, these are inconvenient facts that aren't discussed much, and again, I talk about this in the book.
Did you have any contact with the dissident Orthodox Jews in Israel?
Not with Orthodox per se, but again, I had plenty of contact with Jews in Jerusalem who support the Palestinian people.
Oh,
These are the bravest people you ever meet. One woman, I'll tell you, so in addition to Yuri Davis, I met with a woman, her name is...
Yuri Davis, again, that was
the gentleman who took me to Bethlehem.
Who was 80-some years old, who was born in 1946.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Correct. So I also met, he actually introduced me to a friend of his named Leah. I forget her last name, but it's in the book. There's a photo of her in the book. Whose Jewish. She's fairly an older Jewish person who's an attorney in Jerusalem, in the center of town, who represents Palestinian political prisoners and has for many years. And of course, she's persecuted by other Jews who are Zionists, right? They hate her for what she does. So she has a certain amount of freedom because she is Israeli and she is Jewish. But, you know, hers is a hard life. She's very isolated there. But it doesn't stop her. She's an incredible human being. And those people need to be talked about. Sadly, there's not as many of those people as there used to be in Israel, but those people do exist. There are people to this day, Jews in Israel, who try to protect Palestinians from the settlers, who try to steal their property, try to steal their land, who beat up Palestinians. You know, there are those people. And again, there used to be a lot more. There used to be a stronger kind of leftist current in Israel. There used to be a socialist Zionism, a labor Zionism. Most of that's gone. Basically, Israel's now been ceded to the right wing. And even if Netanyahu left tomorrow, it would be substituting another right-winger for him, which has to be known. But I do, you know, the Jews in Israel who support the Palestinians, those people they exist and they need to be applauded. And again, they're an inconvenient fact also for the Western press.
And is that just a really tiny sliver of the population?
Now it is. Now it is. In fact, you saw last week after on Israeli news, they broadcast a video of a Palestinian prisoner being gang raped by Israelis. They took a poll in Israel on whether people thought it was okay to rape Palestinians. A plurality of Israelis, 47% to 46%, said yes, it's okay to rape Palestinians.
So, Dan, it sounds like, I know it's just hard not to feel like it's a hopeless situation. I never imagined it could go on this long.
No one
I don't
does.
think any of us, when it started, thought that we would still be here this many months later. How many months is it? It's like
9
months. I think everyone thought it would be over by Christmas. That Biden would say, look, Netanyahu, okay, you've killed enough people, it's time to back off. Nothing like that has happened. There are more 2,000-pound bombs going every day. New F-15 fighter jets, the top of the line Air Force, just being purchased by Israel, which actually means that the U.S. gave Israel money, and Israel spent the money paying Lockheed Martin and Boeing for these top of the line fighter bomber jets.
Right.
Where do you see this going?
Well, first of all, I think what you said is very important. And let me say that people who think that Biden couldn't stop it are wrong. In fact, you know, those of us who are old enough to remember Ronald Reagan and who were peace activists back then, and I'm one of them, remember what a warmonger he was. But at some point during the Israeli war in Lebanon, he told Menachem Begin, he said, you're killing too many civilians, you got to stop it. And he stopped it with one phone call. Biden could have made that phone call. And he's lying when he says he makes that phone call or he tells Netanyahu that. It can be done. And as you say, it hasn't been done. I don't think it's going to be done. I think, where do we go from here? I think, first of all, you know, the American people who are disgusted by this need to protest. They need to call for this to stop. I think that we have the power to stop it too, through protest. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe that. But I also think, look, you know, it may be settled militarily between Israel and Hezbollah and Hamas and Iran. We'll see.
Settled? I mean, settled in a regional war?
Well, I mean, it would be terrible, and I don't wish for that. But look, nothing's being done to prevent that regional war, and that's what Netanyahu wants. We now have, what is it? I think 1/3 of our Navy is now in the Mediterranean.
Right.
We are preparing for that regional war. And sadly, that is how probably this will end, is with a regional war. That's not what I want. I think we need to protest at the top of our lungs to prevent that. But I think that's where we're headed. If you wanted to know what I think realistically, that's probably where we're headed, because that's what Netanyahu wants. And I don't know if Biden, Harris, whoever's running the White House now, I don't know if they want it, but they won't stop it. That's clear to me, or at least not at this moment.
Well, there must be some people in the Pentagon that have more sense than that realize the kind of arsenal that Iran has, the kind of friends Iran has.
Yes, well, I think there are probably people in the military who don't want that war. But the thing is, we do have a civilian form of government where the civilians control the military. They may press for it not to happen, but if the White House wants it, they will get it. And I think that the White House with Biden basically out of commission, let's face it, because of his, mental capacity or lack thereof, and because of Harris, frankly, doing nothing but campaigning, I think the White House has been turned over to the neocons, like Anthony Blinken. I think they're running the show, and I think they are pushing for this regional war because that's what Netanyahu wants.
Here to preview the DNC, Russ is live from Chicago right now, so let's give ourselves a taste of what we can expect this week. First of all, the Democrats have built a wall.
If you look behind me over my shoulder, you'll notice those fences and snowplows in place. We've actually watched all morning as they have started to bring in more metal fencing, more barricades, and these snowplows have been kind of navigating around those barricades and getting into place around the UC. Take a look at some of this video we got earlier this morning. You can see a lot of cars have been turning around already as they're met with these new closures that have been set in place overnight and early this morning.
I love democracy. I wish I was going to the convention, but for the neighborhood, there's been no communication and very little engagement of the people who are closest to it. The parking restrictions have changed 3 times in the last week on our block, and no one's communicated to us that the protest route actually goes right in front of our building.
Well, look, if they really wanted to do this right, what they would do is they would put some cages on the other side of the fence, throw some of the ceasefire protesters in the cages, and then have AOC and Rashida Tlaib come and take turns crying at the fence and shake the fence. I mean, they got everybody there as it is anyway, so you may as well take advantage, right? They can come cry at the ceasefire protesters locked in the cage on the other side of the fence. That'd be good theater. That's good optics. That's how you put on a show.
Well, you just gave away their plan for the closing festivities.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I heard they were going to do that on stage. They're going to do it to some old Burt Bacharach tunes, and they're going to drop balloons during it.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, though they built a wall around the United Center. You guys are going to get as close as you can. We will have to see what happens, what the logistics are. In terms of, where these protests are going to start. Most of the protests are starting in Union Park, and then we will see from there what the routes are. You are going to be along for the ride, and we are going to be doing some remote streaming from where you are. I'll be in the control room right here, and so it should be quite the week. Here, let's finish this.
And that resident telling us that most of the information he's gotten actually is coming from us or other local news outlets. He says his hopes are that over the next few days, there's more direct communication from area law enforcement or even from the Secret Service. And really his concerns, Mugo Adrina, have been echoed by a lot of drivers and neighbors we've talked to in this area this morning. A lot of frustrated drivers, to say the least. We know security will just continue to get tighter as we approach opening day on Monday.
There you go. They should have just joined the ceasefire movement, I mean, that's one reason why they should have been advocating for a ceasefire. The fewer protesters, the less traffic, the less complicated it is. But yeah, it is going to be quite the time in Chicago. 100,000 protesters are expected to descend upon Chicago. And we've already been in touch with some people. Russ, you've been in touch with some people. It's going to be quite the week.
It's really amazing because in the past, maybe we weren't really anywhere. This was kind of a hobby for us. We weren't really paying attention. I don't think everyone went to the 2020 convention.
Well, there really was no 20. I mean, that was a lockdown
everyone.
That's why.
Well,
yeah.
That's true. That's true.
And in 2016, the space was not really
the space
developed.
was not as mature.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. I actually forgot that was during COVID. But this, I mean, everyone's here. So it's tomorrow really that everyone's going to be converging, I assume, on the same in the same places. Um, I do look. I don't want to say this and then have people get their hopes up and then they're disappointed. Me and Nick, we are negotiating with Zach and Gavin for a steel cage MMA fight.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
So we might do that to raise money for Palestine.
Yeah, there we go.
It'll be a charity
Yes.
fight.
Yeah, it's a charity fight. We should have pitched that. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Let's see if they agree. That would be quite something. That would agree. Hey, there's a chance they'll be at the Jill Stein thing.
I'd be surprised if they weren't, actually.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, they're here.
That'll be something.
I would imagine we're all going to kind of be going to the same things.
But yeah, man, I mean, Union Park is where most of these big protests are starting.
Right.
And they are really guarding
the Jill
off.
Stein thing is that Lincoln Park? Is that Lincoln Park?
No, that's at a church. I forget where it is. We
at
have
a
a
church?
video up, and I'll tweet out the link because everybody who's in Chicago, try and get to that rally. That's going to be a great rally. And so you should definitely try and make it over there. We will tweet out the graphic to it. We have a clip up that plugs it, so it's there too. We don't know how close people will be able to get to the United Center. I remember in 2016, the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia, talk about the corporate naming of every venue, right? Wells Fargo Center. That's down by the river in Philadelphia, and there was a huge park that was right across the street from the venue where the Bernie supporters were allowed to protest.
Oh, right.
But it was like right across the street from the venue. It was pretty close. I don't think you guys are going to be able to get that close to the venue this time. I think they're going to have it walled off at least a square block or two out.
It sounds like, because they have not faced this level of protest and dissent maybe since 1968.
Yeah, since 1968. Yeah. Yep.
Having a sense of humor, they decided to do this one in Chicago.
Yes, throwback.
In that atmosphere. Don't ever let anyone tell you that neoliberal scumbags have no sense of humor.
That's true. And that must be the motivation. It must just be a troll, because usually nowadays you have the convention in a swing state. Like the Republicans do it in Wisconsin. Last time the Democrats, it didn't matter where they did it last time. But 2016 was Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, swing state. Charlotte, North Carolina, where the Republicans went, Cleveland, Ohio. Chicago, I mean, that state is pretty much in the bag. I don't think that they're painting that state purple anytime soon. But that's where they chose to have it, and that's where we're going to be.
I must say, and I've been around quite a bit since I've been here. I really haven't let the grass grow under my feet. And I was talking to you about this today. I'm used to such a high level of population density that I just expected when you throw the convention in, that every place was going to be a zoo. And it's really not. I mean, I've been going to like the main attractions, and by my New York standards, they're like empty.
Right.
Like they're like the Art Institute of Chicago. And it's not great for Chicago. That's a great museum. That's one of the world's great museums. They have Nighthawks at the diner. They have American Gothic there. A lot of course, you've got Le Grand Yachts from Ferris Bueller. Compared to the Met, is maybe like 10% the number of people you would see at the Met at a normal time.
Right.
Forget about with this like enormous event drawing hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah. No, there's no place like New York. No place like New York.
Please clap.